Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, May 19th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the vice chair. Patty Clapper is here in the room. And we're going to turn it over to Steve Child, our chair, to run us through today's meeting.
Okay, welcome everybody. And welcome Nan and all of your team. It's great to see you even just on a video screen. So today we have the Board of Social Services first quarter 2020 update. And Nan, could you take it from here, please? You're muted, Nan.
Hi, sorry about that.
Okay, we got
Hold on, I'm getting there we go. You need to open as formally as the Board of Social Services. Steve, you need a motion.
Okay, thanks for reminding me. I will entertain a motion to go into a special meeting and to open our county commissioner meeting as a Board of Social Services.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Okay, moved by Kelly, seconded by Greg. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are now the Board of Social Services. Now
Great.
you can take it away, Nan.
Thank you, Steve. So the Board of Social Services is a statutory obligation of the Board of County Commissioners to do two things. One is to oversee and approve the expenditures of human services, which previously was called social services. And the other is to approve and review the payrolls. And those are the direct client benefits to people, including food assistance and Medicaid and that kind of thing. Today, we're going to present to you those two things. And then we're just going to give you some policy and program updates. We have amended the meeting to only run an hour in order to accommodate not only what you all need, the Board of County Commissioners, but also because our days are super full as well. So we're happy to amend it, and we're going to try to get through a bunch of information, and we created a PowerPoint to help us do that. So let's start with Kelly talking about our expenditures.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Is that? Thank you. Hi, I'm Kelly Pazar with Pitkin County Human Services Finance, and in your packet and on the screen, you'll see the budget to actuals for the first quarter of 2020. A reminder that this update county's 2020 calendar year, the first quarter of the county's 2020 calendar year budget, and our program allocations from the state run on the state fiscal year, which is July 1st to June 30th. So we're currently, this update is for our first quarter, but it's actually the third quarter for the state.
Are you sharing, sorry Kelly, are you sharing a screen? I'm not seeing that.
Nan should be sharing the screen.
Okay, I'm not seeing it yet.
Gordon?
Is it there?
I see it. Does anyone else see the PowerPoint?
So,
Yeah, I've got it.
it says I'm sharing the screen.
It's me.
Parker.
It's right. The information is in the memo, Greg. It's the first chart.
Got it. Okay, great. I can follow that. Thanks.
Okay, so where was I? And our first quarter total revenue is slightly above average at 28%. And our expenses are slightly lower than budget at 23%. So we're doing really well for the first quarter. And I did want to note that the TANF expenditures include staff salaries and benefits, which are not budgeted where you see them here under TANF. They're budgeted in the section above under admin and economic assistance. That's where the staff salaries are budgeted. Because the percentage looks a little higher, so I just wanted to point that out for you. And that's all I had to say about the report, and I wanted to ask if there's any questions at this time.
Okay, not seeing, let's see, I'm not seeing Kelly on my screen
Oh,
here.
I do have a question, Steve.
Kelly? Okay, Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to be clear that this is running through the end of March. So this will capture some services related to the COVID-19 emergency, but not a vast majority that we'll continue to see in the next quarter's report. Is that correct?
We didn't pay out any assistance in the month of March. That all started in April by the time we received the applications, and those wouldn't be reflected on, oh, I lost the PowerPoint. Those wouldn't be reflected in these numbers except for the ones that were specifically for TANF, and they would be, but again, we didn't pay any of them till April, so you'll see any emergency assistance payments that were TANF related will end up on here, but not any of the other emergency assistance payments.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Okay, I don't see any other questions,
Okay.
Kelly.
And then we do, can the PowerPoint come back up? Because there was we need a motion to approve the
I'll make a motion to approve the
the
2020.
expenditures.
I will make a motion to approve the 2020 first quarter expenditures.
I'll second that, Greg.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve. The other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Okay,
Aye.
that's been approved, Kelly.
So it looks like Nan, we just had a power surge down here in Glenwood, and Nan just texted me and said that she lost internet. So I'm thinking that she
That's
is
fine.
probably not able to display the PowerPoint. So I guess.
Jordan has it. Jordan said he could put it up on their end.
Great. So I
There
think
we
we'd be on the 4th slide now.
Okay, I've got it, thank you.
All right, great. So here we're looking at the Economic Assistance Program payrolls for quarter 1. We're just comparing that. We do this year to date, and we are comparing that to the previous years. And really, we're going to talk more about the COVID impact a little later. This is really, we just are going to review the payrolls through March, and then ask the BOSS to make a motion approving them. So our programs, for the most part through March, the issuances remained fairly standard. We did see an increase in the low-income energy assistance program and the issuance there, which is great. We were working very hard to promote that program because of it helps people pay their heating costs. So we did see an actual increase there based on our outreach, and we did see a slight decline in food assistance issuance. However, that obviously has turned around with everything that's been going on. More notably, childcare did stay about the same as the year before, but we did see that decrease from 2018. Through January through March, we were fairly, the programs and the applications, the traffic, the issuances were all fairly level with what we had seen in the previous quarter. And like I said, we'll speak more to the changes we saw as relating to COVID. But Does anybody have any questions about the issuances for the first quarter of 2020?
Go ahead, Kelly.
Thanks. I just want to again clarify for the childcare, the year-to-date difference from 2018 to 2020, is that related to how we had to change the eligibility criteria for income levels?
Yes, exactly. We in 2018 we were just seeing the cost of the program going up, so we did make those changes to the income limits, as well as requiring application for child support when there is a non-custodial parent involved on the case. So that seems to have brought about that change in 2019 that we continue to see in the first quarter of 2020.
Thank you.
So Samuel, for the month of April, I anticipate a lot of the figures in this are going to be drastically different. Do you have any sense for which areas are seeing a surge in use versus others that maybe aren't going to be that much different?
Absolutely, yes. So the real changes that we're seeing currently, we're still waiting on information from the state, from Healthcare Policy and Finance, on whether there's been changes to the Medicaid caseload. We do expect to see some increase there. However, the main programs where we've seen increases in issuance are food assistance and the Colorado Works program. And a little bit later in the agenda, I speak to those changes. But briefly, we've seen, if you see the SNAP issuance or food assistance issuance for the first quarter at 91,000, almost 92,000, that's approximately what we issued in April alone. We've seen, 100+% increases in applications and caseload, but those are the areas we've seen the most impact. We expect to see some additional impact in the low-income energy assistance program, because through the emergency assistance program, we've been pushing food assistance, Medicaid, low-income energy assistance to really help folks access all of the benefits that they can. We've also seen a slight decrease in child care issuance because of the not as much utilization, and we are going to speak to that when we talk about policy changes.
Hi guys, thanks for enduring our power surge here in Carbondale. So we just need a motion to approve the payrolls, and then I think we can get on to giving you some information about how the policy and practice has changed.
I'll make a motion to approve the first quarter of 2020 economic
Okay.
assistance payrolls.
I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Kelly, seconded by Greg. All in favor? Oh, any further discussion? All in favor of approving the first quarter payroll, say aye.
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 Okay, all in favor of that? Thank you,
Great.
Samuel.
Thank you. How about the next slide? I see Jordan's moving us forward here, I think.
He is. He has access to your PowerPoint here in the room, so we kept going when you dropped off.
Yeah, so do you guys see the next slide, or are we still on the payroll slide?
Still on the payroll.
No, we're on policy updates.
Okay, I don't see that, but that's good. That's what you
Yeah.
need to see.
There's a conflict between the screen and this. Hang on, sorry. What on our screen here in the room on Grassroots, they see policy updates, but on the Zoom call, we're still seeing the payrolls.
Oh,
I think Steve may have controls for our PowerPoint here that we're looking at.
I don't have,
Okay.
uh,
I can,
but I have my, I've got the whole packet up on my screen.
There we go.
I can see what you're talking about on my,
Yep, it
there,
looks like
that's got it.
we're good now.
I love
We're good now.
technology.
I can start off with our policy updates. Hello, everyone. I'm Matt McGaw. I manage our Adult and Family Services team. Just a few policy updates I wanted to give today, and also just let you know our team is continuing to operate as normal. We are receiving less child welfare reports since we're guessing since children aren't in school. So we do have a little bit of a reduction there, but continue to see families and try to support them. For our policy updates, for the last year, I've been talking about the Family First Prevention Services Act, and wanted to let you know that Colorado has decided to delay our implementation of Family First at this point due to the current situation. So what this means is, in practice, we're going to continue to try to build capacity to have the prevention services in place countywide, and then also work with the state so that we can leverage and be able to pull down these federal funds, as this law is going to change how we are able to draw down the federal funding that we use for services. It's been a big transition, and we've had a few delays here, but it looks like in practice that Colorado is still on pace here to be ready. It's just a matter of time of when it's a good decision to start drawing down the federal funds through Family First. And so I'm not sure if that was confusing or not, but is there any questions around what Colorado is doing with Family First and how that might impact us in Pitkin County?
Kelly?
Yeah, thanks. Matt, could you just explain to me a little bit more what this looks like in practice? My understanding was that the Family First Act was global, from the big picture, just really trying to keep families together and children remaining in the home, even, when there's issues that have to be worked out with child welfare, et cetera, because it's a best practice rather than to assign them to a home, or assign them to congregate care outside of the home or something like that. So, what does that look like in Pitkin County as far as trying to get to that best practice despite these challenging circumstances and the state's decision?
Sure. I feel like Pitkin County has an advantage compared to other counties across the state in that we've really tried to implement prevention services over the past 5 years. As many of you know, Aspen Family Connections is a fairly new school resource center that was started, and it was a startup that was supported by a lot of the human services grants that are available to support prevention services. So we were allowed to have case management and some services provided to families that were outside of child welfare involvement. So they didn't have that stigma of having a child welfare case or having that kind of negative association with that. We've been working towards providing those services for families before we would think we need to intervene with court involvement or some kind of out-of-home placement or something like that. So in Pitkin County, the practice really looks like trying to reach families as soon as possible when there may be any indication that there could be some kind of risk or some kind of family issue that may need some support. And so our connection at the school really gives us that. Catherine Sands does a great job running the program and allows us a connection there prior to someone calling about child abuse or neglect. So in Pitkin County, as far as our practice goes, we've really used a lot of collaboration with our partners to establish these programs and have services available before they would need to have, or before a family would need to have an intervention. And so I think that the biggest difference is going to be how that impacts our funding. And the focus is on trying to keep children in their families' homes and children in their communities if they can stay safe. And so we're trying to build capacity right now in Pitkin County to have these best practices. And I mentioned this at our last our last meeting, best practices around therapeutic services and parenting support for families. And so we're trying to work with our community to get these services in place, so when we have the ability to draw down funding from this new system, that we get reimbursed double what we used to. So we're going to get reimbursed more for prevention services as opposed to having funding available on the back end to provide placement. The idea is that the prevention would prevent the high cost placement, and we can serve more families up front with these evidence-based practices. And so it's been a process, and I know I've talked about this for the last year in our meetings. It's just because it's been a lot of work by the state to prepare for this. And right now it feels like we're ready. We haven't decided to make that move to draw down the new federal funding. Does that help?
It does, yeah, it does help. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions with that? Okay.
We're good.
The next thing briefly is that adult protection has some proposed rule changes, and it's really nothing too significant, but I think just worth noting that we do have a little bit of some changes coming our way. It used to be that mandated reporting would only go to law enforcement, and that was the law. And many people would call our department to respond to adult protection. So they changed the law so that they can call law enforcement or our department. It really just allows more flexibility for people so that adults who may need it can get support. Another big one is just how we work with law enforcement, how we gather information from facilities. We have a little bit more flexibility to gather this information so that we can ensure that adults aren't being exploited or abused. And so with that, our adult protection team is learning these new rules and adapting to that and just trying to work with the state to implement it. Other than that, those are the main changes. I don't know if there's any questions about that with adult protection.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Dan, you want to talk about the eligibility changes in policy?
Yep, absolutely. So we have a few different programs that did experience policy changes regarding eligibility due to COVID and COVID-19. Those being SNAP, which is a Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as food assistance. Colorado Works, which is Colorado's version of the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families federal program, known as TANF, and then the Colorado Child Care Assistance Policy, or program. Starting with the SNAP program, one of the major changes was that prior to COVID-19, people were required to do a interview, either face-to-face or over the phone. Those have been waived until further notice. There's no interview required. That was done in anticipation of the increased caseload, which you absolutely did see here in Pitkin County, and the increase in applications. So that was very helpful in allowing our staff to stay on top of the influx of applications. The CARES Act provided unemployment compensation benefits for Coloradans in the amount of $600 per week for those receiving unemployment. This was an additional payment on top of their regular unemployment benefit. And the SNAP rules for Colorado allow that income to be excluded when considering them for eligibility for the program. That's because that income is limited and will be ending. The final change was that every 6 months, during regular times, folks were required to have a redetermination of eligibility. They waived all of those redeterminations until further notice, meaning that due to the situation, people are not having to complete new paperwork and get new eligibility determined during this time, basically to save the offices the extra work, as well as not requiring folks to come in person and complete paperwork and re-enter their information when likely they will qualify. Moving on to Colorado Works, or TANF. The program did require face-to-face interviews prior to COVID-19. That requirement has been removed, so we are able to interview folks over the phone rather than in person, which is great. We have activated the Pitkin County TANF emergency diversion policy, which is allowing us to use these TANF funds for emergency assistance, and we've been doing that quite successfully, which has also allowed us to purchase about $300,000 in additional TANF funds that we can use for the emergency assistance program. We also have been issuing, there's an aspect of the program called diversions that we have been issuing through our system for a little bit, for folks that meet those requirements. We've also got a higher caseload due to folks being able to apply for basic cash assistance, which is a monthly benefit through that program. But the major policy change was that we were allowed to waive the face-to-face interview, and that by activating the emergency policy, we were able to use those funds to help anybody who meets the diversion eligibility requirements, which is income of less than $75,000 a year, all members of the household lawfully present in the United States, and there must be a child under 18 in the home. Finally, we have the Child Care Assistance Program. The major changes that we saw there, the state allowed the counties the option to pay or not pay parent fees, as well as pay or not pay absences during the emergency. We at Pitkin County opted to both pay the parent fees and absences. And to explain that, parent fees are assessed when eligibility is determined on the case. And if the household has some income, there is a parent fee assessed using a formula that the household needs to pay prior to the child care program beginning to make that payment. So we've waived those fees for parents. The county has opted to pay for those. And typically, before COVID-19, every household was allowed up to 3 absences per month that would be paid if, for whatever reason, their child wasn't able to attend. That way, it encouraged providers to maintain those slots open because they were being compensated. What we have done is to help support our local child care providers. The absences were opened up to cover all scheduled days of care. So those days are being paid. So our child care providers are still receiving that assistance through the Child Care Assistance Program, and it also helps ensure that the child care slots are secured for our child care assistance eligible families once the centers do begin opening up. What I'd like to open up to anybody to see if there's any questions on any of those policy changes.
Steve, I have a question. It's Patty.
Hi, Patty.
Go ahead, Patty.
Yeah, you know, we know that when child care centers open, chances are they're going to be at perhaps 50% capacity. So what are we going to do or what can we do to help parents who might not be able to have their child go back into those child care facilities until some future date, which is unknown right now? Can we assist them? I mean, some parents will be able to go back, some will not. I mean, some children will be able to go back into programs and some children will not. So this may continue for a while. I just don't know how we can address that.
I think that is a larger, I mean, it's a concern, and I think it's a larger conversation, really, because I guess the child care providers are going to have to decide how and whom they allow to return. If they're going to be operating at 50% capacity as a kind of a lottery system, we'd have to see how many of our CCAP eligible families aren't being able to have their children return to child care to really know how we address this, whether that means that maybe, you know, new providers, we can establish fiscal agreements with new providers to help take those kids in if they have room. I think we're open to the options, but I don't know if we can anticipate at this time exactly how that's going to look in order for us to respond. The current plan is to continue with what we've been doing, which is paying those parent fees, as well as paying the approved dates for anyone who's been approved for the child care program until further notice, just to make sure that as long as they were already receiving care, that they should continue to do so as long as those spots are open.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes.
I just would like to add, Patty, that Lehia, our outreach specialist, is going to start polling our parents to see from CCAP how they see themselves going back to work, if they see themselves going back to work, and then we can have a conversation with providers. But our intention of paying the spaces in March, April, and May, even though private pay parents were not being required to pay, is to hold the spot for our CCAP families.
Okay.
So in the next couple of weeks, we'll know a little more.
Yeah, Nan, I just wanted to make sure we opened up that conversation and look at that as we move forward. And I know there were some places, though, that were requiring parents to pay, but I think those might have been on the private side, not those that are accepting CCAP funds. But, and as far as new providers, that would be great. I also don't really see that on the horizon because, Nan, as you know, the regulatory process can take some time. And so we just need to really keep an eye on this whole child care thing as it evolves as we move forward to reopening businesses.
Yeah, and even a bigger issue is the camps for school-age kids.
Yes.
They're in limbo right now as well. So we're working in step with Shirley and with our CCAP team to try to make sure that when things are available, our most vulnerable families have access.
Okay, so I guess I'm just asking too that you keep Kelly and I, because we kind of pay attention to the whole child care thing on a valley-wide and statewide level. Just kind of keep us in that loop to see what we can do to help you out.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
How about if is there another question? Go ahead.
Greg, real quickly, just to say, I'm certainly hearing from parents in the community who are really wondering. They keep hearing about things opening up and looking at the roadmap. And of course, they're always asking, how soon can we get child care going? It really is such an issue, as you all know. Just want to underscore that that flow of information from the community asking for it is still pretty robust. Thank you.
Great. How about if we move on to the next slide? Yeah, great. Thank you, Jordan. So just quickly wanted to let you all know that in March, we really swiftly moved to virtual work. We have 22 people in our division, and most everyone went to working from home except for senior services. They were located at the senior center to organize the meal delivery. As well, just a couple of people from economic assistance who showed up every day to distribute EBT cards and the emergency assistance contributions. So we're still now pretty much set up almost 80% virtually. And though we weren't sure that we could do our work virtually, it's working out. We were able to secure the right PPE, and of course there were mandates from the state about child welfare in particular, needing the correct PPE, protective equipment. But we've been successful with that. And the last thing to let you know is that our building remains closed. Community health services has started seeing clients, and they're going up the back entrance. The detox is open and the homeless shelter is open, but we didn't feel prepared to open right away because of the volume of customers that come in or disparate agencies that reside in our building. So we're working with all of them on safety plans and really trying to work with the county on the right processes when we do open to make sure that everyone is safe and healthy. We've had a night shelter at the building since the middle of March, emergency night shelter. And our plan is to close the night shelter at the end of this, and to keep the safe outdoor space at Brush Creek open as a place where homeless can be in one place and shelter in place. So those are some of the operation changes that we've made. And we want to share with you some information about our caseload increases, as well as the response numbers. So Jordan, you want to move forward?
Nan, can I ask you a real quick question? Update on the use of the outdoor space at the Brush Creek Park and Ride. How's that gone? What's the kind of average number type things? Just real quick.
Sure, thanks for asking. We're averaging about 13 people at the Safe Outdoor Shelter, Safe Outdoor Space at the Intercept lot. It's going really well. We check with law enforcement regularly. No complaints, no calls, the place is clean. The people who are sheltering there feel really grateful that they have a space. Some have started to go back to work, but at least they have a safe place to go home at night, and they have very few requests, all reasonable. We have the homeless shelter providing some food for them, as well as some partners in Snowmass Village. We make sure that they have enough water, they have showers, we have the porta potties and the wash stations, and they take temperatures every day, they screen people. They don't let anyone in unless they're known to the community, so it's really a local spot. It's not a place to come up from Denver and hang out.
Well, Nan, thank you for that update. That's huge, and thank you for doing a great job out there. I mean, it's pretty amazing.
Thank you. Okay. Sam, you want to talk about SNAP?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So basically, we wanted to just provide some information to you to illustrate kind of the main impact we've seen on the economic assistance programs. We're attributing this to COVID-19. I think it's safe to say that that's what caused this. So if you look at the charts here, it's pretty easy to see where, April really stands out. In the last 4 years, this is our highest active SNAP caseload. We're currently at 293 active cases, which is up about 63% from our average of 180 in 2019. Where we've really seen the major impact as far as workload is on the SNAP applications. We received, I believe it was 155 regular SNAP applications in April, which is 638% higher than our average of 21. We also, and we don't have this on the chart, received 88 expedited SNAP applications, which is up 577% from an average of 13 per month in 2019. Which, I'm very proud of my staff. With the policy changes, they've been able to keep up with this, which is incredible. They're all working from home, and they're making sure these cases are getting processed. We, only missed timeliness on 5, and those were for expedite. So those folks still received issuance for April within 30 days. So that's a pretty incredible job they've done there. And the really good news is we're seeing around a 32% increase in benefits that are being issued, both, the chart here shows for individuals and households. So we're seeing more money getting to more people that can help them purchase food, as well as, being used locally here in our economy. So like I mentioned earlier, our issuance for April was around $92,000, which, like I said before, was the equivalent to the previous quarter. So we would have liked to see more utilization of this program, but we think that this is a great start, and it certainly is helping a lot of folks meet their food needs along with the other available resources that we have. And I think while we're on this, I would just, mention that I had talked about TANF and the issuance change there, and I have those numbers here in front of me. They weren't, we didn't include them for April on the slide, but typically we have one TANF case open at a time. We've got 7 now, and we're currently issuing $7,000 a month, up from $316 a month. And in April, we also authorized $6,000 in diversions, which is up from, an average of, probably around $1,000 a month. So those are the 2 programs where we've seen the most direct impact as a result of COVID to our workload, but also to benefits that are being issued to Pitkin County residents.
Just an update as well, we've been successful purchasing $300,000 worth of TANF. As you all probably remember, the MOE, the maintenance of effort for that, is around 13%. So we pay 13 cents on the dollar. And so the purchasing power of that is tremendous, and it will help backfill all of our expenditures in TANF from TANF disaster. The other thing to know, I think at this point, is that the state says that they're going to make every county whole and close out on the child care expenses, especially for those counties that liberalize their policies in March, April, and May. So that's good news for state fiscal year 2020. Just wanted to let you guys know that. We'll keep going. Jordan, we only have about 12 minutes left. So as you all know, our emergency support function, mass care and housing, we're responsible for certain obligations for us. Our focus was on the emergency relief that Sam's going to share with you now, the coordination of food distribution, coordinating our mental health partners, focusing on the homeless and housing, providing case management for people with unmet needs, which we did through Adult and Family Services, and then trying to stay focused on childcare and school-age children. So let's go to the next slide, because we can give you a snapshot of what the COVID emergency relief has looked like.
Yep, I can go over this pretty quickly. The charts, I think, are helpful visually to describe the type of issuance. Primarily, shelter has been the cost that most people need help with. You can also see a breakdown by towns based on address where people received assistance. And then the third chart is just showing the amount per month that was approved. And I just pulled out some statistics that highlight what the impact of this program has been thus far. So almost 2,800 unduplicated individuals received assistance. Over 500 children under 18 were in those households. We've approved a total of about 2,000 requests and processed nearly 4,000 applications, and a total approved issuance of $2.25 million at this point. And just wanted to call out the help that we've had with this, because this was really an amplification of the existing emergency assistance program. And, we had staff from Human Services, the library, clerk and recorder, finance, BITS. We have some temporary hires who've helped us out. We had help from Town of Snowmass Village and City of Aspen. So it's really been a collaborative effort. And I think that the numbers we're seeing here really demonstrate the impact that this program had. And, we've heard nothing but how lucky, how fortunate people feel to have had this option, as most people don't. So I'm open to any questions folks have about the emergency relief program.
Just a reminder that the program was meant to be a bridge from the off-season, March, April, May. Sam, do you want to just briefly talk about what's going to happen to the program, and then we can take questions?
Absolutely. So moving into, in May, we started to notice that many people had started to receive unemployment assistance or were starting to go back to work or had gotten stimulus checks. So we noticed we were having a lot of denials and people who maybe didn't meet the program requirements applying. So for June, based on the number of applications we're seeing come in now, we're reverting back to what the program was pre-COVID, which is a paper application, and allowing us to screen our various databases for various types of income and things like that. So we want to make sure that we're helping the people who are truly in need, until they can get back to work or back to where they were pre-COVID. But at the same time, we're also recognizing that a lot of folks are now either getting some income that is sufficient to help them get by, or, fortunately, folks are returning to work. So the program is going to change a bit starting in June as far as there won't be an online link anymore. We're also going to reduce the number of staff that we have working on it. And once again, we'll be checking databases and screening a little more thoroughly and requesting a little bit more information from folks before we can approve the case.
I'm thinking it might be helpful to go through the next two slides and then see if the board has any questions. Because we have a few more slides on the work. Matt, you want to talk about food distribution?
Sure. So in mid-March, we started to mobilize and set up and meet with our food distribution partners in the area. And so we really were focused on trying to have weekly food distribution in Aspen and Basalt once a week. And with the help from Lift Up and Food Bank of the Rockies and the Aspen Community Foundations, Aspen Ski Co., Aspen Family Connections, all really came together, and the Roaring Fork School District, all really came together to set these food distribution sites up. And so as you can see, this graph just shows the increase in need over time. So the first emergency food distribution sites in mid-March, at Aspen, it was averaging around 100, and now it's closer to 250. And then you can see in Basalt as well, the first few were averaging around 200, and now are averaging at 350. So we continue to meet with this group weekly to make sure that these food distribution sites are supported, that they have enough volunteers, that they have enough food, that we're getting this information out to the public. And so it's been an ongoing effort, and more recently we did add Snowmass Village, as you can see on the graph there. And so there's been, every other week we're going to do a distribution at Snowmass Village. And so the schedule right now is every Thursday is Basalt. Well, I should have backed up. Every Wednesday is Aspen, every Thursday is Basalt, and then every other Friday is in Snowmass Village. So open for any questions on that.
How about before we do questions, let's just look at the senior slide and then we can open up to broader discussion. Thank you.
Yep.
Sure. So this kind of highlights and parallels the general food distribution. So we here at Senior Services, we're the second senior services department in the state to kind of drastically and quickly shift our services from having meals at the senior center and home delivered meals to only home delivered meals or kind of curbside pickup. We were a day behind Eagle County. So Eagle and I were talking that whole week while this was happening. So this highlights the kind of drastic increase, kind of the very beginning of our response, which was that week of the mid of March to present, where now we're averaging 80 meals a day, 4 days a week of our meal delivery. And we also, a week or maybe two ago at this point, working with Area Agency on Aging, we have 20 restaurant vouchers for individuals in the red zone area. It's a little more difficult to get home delivered meals to those individuals there. And all of our meals, with very few exceptions, are delivered safely via many, many community volunteers. We have more volunteers than we actually have work for them to do at the moment, which is great. So we have a little bit of depth of bench there, and this graph just kind of highlights that work that's been going on for a while now.
Thanks, Chad. Any questions from the board about some of the recovery efforts?
I have a question. Steve, is it okay? Yeah, my question, Nan, is how do we thank everyone?
Great question. We thought we'd do it. It's a great question. I mean, this really it takes a whole village, right? We did a lot of planning, and our team is really hard, but none of this, we couldn't do any of this without our partners.
I mean,
so if you all think a good way to celebrate with a community picnic or something, if we ever get out there, that would be fantastic.
yeah, I just think it's amazing that 20 vouchers in Redstone is huge. I mean, all of it. I mean, looking at the numbers from, what Sam just showed us to now to the, I mean, it's huge, and it's beyond villages. It's kind of, it takes a valley. So thank you.
It's really rewarding to have a depth of partnerships and the reliability of our partners.
George, and then Kelly.
Yeah, Greg might be interested in this. The senior services as well as Lift Up both have CSAs through two routes, getting organic food, which is great. It supports our local farmers, and it provides really healthy food for our seniors and through Lift Up. So good job.
Yeah, there's actually a funny story to that, George. Sam had applied for what we got last year, which I think was 15, Sam, or 20. And we were in one of our daily meetings, and Sam was saying it's due today, and we were like, ask for more. We need more. Did. And we instantly found out we got 35 shares, right? Amazing.
That's
Sam did an incredible job.
That's huge. Thank you.
Great.
Steve, if I could follow up on George's comment, and Nan, thank you. Greg here. I just wanted to share that I've been on the call, talking to Lift Up fairly frequently lately, and they told me this morning a shocking detail that their demand on their food pantries is up 800% lately, and they expect that to trail off a little bit to be something like 400%. But it's been incredibly high, and I've been trying to help them work out ways to figure out how to fund the food pantries through the local farm assistance as well. So grants to farmers, then going to the food pantries. You'll hear more about it. They're going to have a press release on it fairly soon. But you can see this is happening all across every service across the valley, and I just have to compliment you on the great work you've all done with family connections and senior services, everything here. It's really gratifying to see this entire community stepping forward thanks to the organized efforts of you people at Human Services. So thanks.
Thanks, Greg. With Lift Up, all of our conversations are starting to transition to what does recovery look like. And our intention is to find a way to support a more robust Lift Up in Aspen on an ongoing basis. So we're in conversations with them about that. And really looking at the sustainability, which, if you could change the slide, Jordan. Our focus, from here on is really looking at the sustainability of all the programming and partnerships, both short term, how do we get through the summer? There's a point at which some of our partners can't keep doing what they've been doing, especially around food delivery, right? We need to kind of find a way to sustain. We're focused on individual and family economic stability, where I know that other partners are focused on community stability and health, right? We're focused on high risk and vulnerable populations, and that's where we're really going to be focusing our COVID relief and our other programs with people who have unmet needs, and then finally supporting public health goals and objectives. So we feel like we were rocketed into space with 19, and now we're kind of leveling and we're going around the Earth, figuring out how we sustain the pace and speed and level of services. Any questions or thoughts about any of that?
So Kelly, we missed you earlier.
That's okay. This question's probably for Sam, because as we do transition into a more recovery rather than emergency focus, I just want to be clear for the community about what the expectations are surrounding the economic assistance availability. You know, because some people will be going back to work, but they're not going to make nearly the amount of tips that they would the similar time of this year, things like that. So, you know, will HOA pay, what will still continue to be covered and what won't, and what burden of proof will people be asked to provide, and what turnaround times can they expect? If you're able to address any of those now, please.
Yeah, we're in the process of putting together a press release to really let people know very clearly what the expectations are going to be for the program, especially regarding. Sorry about that. I had a call come in, which kicked me off. Especially regarding, you know, what documentation folks will need to provide. Primarily, that's going to be bank statements. But you know, and then, like I said, on our back end, we're going to be checking our databases. The assistance that's available is going to remain very similar. You know, shelter expense such as HOA, mortgage, rent. You know, cash and food assistance as necessary. But, you know, it will be really it'll be a case-by-case basis. Really what we've had to apply for May and parts of April was a eligibility sheet where we typed in various numbers and it kind of told us what we could issue. So we just want folks to be aware that, you know, if your income is exceeding your expenses, you're probably not going to be eligible for the emergency assistance. But we also have to have that aspect of self-sufficiency, meaning we need to be able to see that the assistance is helping the household move in a positive direction towards self-sufficiency once again. So obviously, if folks are going back to work and they're not seeing the income that they once had, you know, and we can verify the information, and, you know, we are understanding that our goal as a community is to move back to where we were pre-COVID, as far as, you know, a lot of our economy is dependent on tourist income and things like that. Those sorts of things will definitely factor in. So we don't want to discourage anyone from applying. We just want people to understand that the funds are limited. We've put out a lot of money out there. And we want to really make sure that we're getting it to our most vulnerable folks who really need that assistance to maintain their self-sufficiency here and continue being a part of, you know, really the fabric that makes up our society. We don't want to have people have to leave just because they're experiencing a downturn in income for a few months. Does that help?
Yes, very much. Thanks so much, Sam.
You know, I kind of had a similar question. Some parts of the country, we're hearing reports that people don't want to go back to their old jobs. Their jobs are available again, but they would have to take a cut in their income to go back to their old jobs, and they're reluctant to do that.
It will be really interesting to see what happens with unemployment and how much longer the stimulus, the CARES piece of unemployment can continue. Some people have a bit of a disincentive to go back to work part-time because of then the loss of unemployment income. So I think there's going to be some tension, natural tension in our community about the choices that people have. More information on that to come.
Steve, could I ask a quick question of just hearing about SANA, S-A-N-A, how it's going? I always forget what the acronym stands for, and I apologize. I was there at the foundation. I can't remember the acronym. I know they're being super active. Can we, maybe a quick update on a little bit more on that?
Sam?
Okay, so it's the Safe and Abundant Nutrition Alliance, and Greg, I think you were the one who made up that name, if I remember correctly.
I can't remember it, sorry.
No worries. Yes, there is a lot going on with SANA. We have been a little disconnected here in Pitkin just because of the size of our response to this emergency. Really, our focuses were on, making sure that our supplies were available here. So we have been still having the regular SANA meetings, and part of this is going to be looking at how lift up, how we secure the food pantry here in Aspen. Hopefully we can work with SANA on that and helping lift up, establish regular hours and having that here in town. There's also a lot of work going on with their outreach specialists that we hired through a grant process. That's been predominantly down valley where the need is a little bit higher, I think. So I think SANA has been operating a little more in Eagle and Garfield counties just because there's been that increased need, and Pitkin County was really able to step up and take care of business here on our end. So we are still working with SANA regularly, and now that we're moving into recovery, I think we'll start to see a lot more collaboration in how these valley-wide recovery programs are implemented.
Great, thanks for that, I appreciate it.
It would be helpful, just like Kelly and Patty wanted on childcare, it would be helpful for us, Greg, to make sure that we're on the same page with you, because we have some agendas around food and food delivery, and we want to make sure we're on the same page with you.
Definitely, we'll have an offline meeting on that soon. Thank you all.
You're on mute, Nan.
Thank you. We have 2 more slides and then we'll be done for Cindy and Phyllis or whoever's coming in. We talked about this, the next slide is the senior slide. So, our programs are changing, and I think senior services, this slide. Chad, you want to talk about this?
Sure. So, again, since mid-March, our doors have been closed to the public. I think there's literally been like 3 non-staff people in the department that's been in our building for over 2 months, which is a little odd. But we realized right away that we needed to kind of reimagine how we provide services, not only the meals, which many people think of as the staple of what we do, but the more reality is the staple of what we do is all the programming and activities that we provide both here at the senior center and then out in the community. And knowing that being classified as a more at-risk population, older adults won't be recommended to gather en masse for the foreseeable future, which is a challenge for anyone, let alone a population that really research shows benefits greatly health-wise and otherwise from social interaction and engagement. So we quickly came up with some ideas to provide virtual programming, and last week or late the week before got a virtual programming page on our website, and we're slowly adding more depth and reach of opportunities to that page of our website to provide older adults with some avenue of getting engaged in different things that they may be interested in. The other, in parallel to that, is a challenge of not everyone is tech savvy, if you're an older adult or otherwise. So, or doesn't have I don't own a computer, for example. So how can we support those older adults in the same way that don't have the ability as we are doing right now? So we are working with some community partners to kind of basically put together like activity bags or programming bags for folks. When we send out or do our meal delivery, we can also send along one of these kind of activity kits and books in the library that we've been partnering with for quite a while. So trying to think of different ways that we as a department can engage with our folks, knowing that unfortunately and most likely we will not be open for group programming for the foreseeable future.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chad, quick question. Thanks, Chad, and I really appreciate you bringing up the technical issues for seniors. I've been trying to figure out, is there a way we can help some of these people with a transparent system, with, you know, so they can get on the Zoom calls, so they can be part of the actual huge social interaction that goes on now online. To participate is really requires having some tech savvy, and as you say, some of them, many of them do not. If there's someone in the community who can help us with understanding the best way, maybe to create a voice-activated, you know, magic screen on the wall that all they'd have to do is talk to it, for instance, to get it to call their doctor or their family or get on a Zoom call or whatever. That's a technology I'd be really interested in learning more about, and perhaps you bumped into that as well with people who just simply, you know, even one button on an iPhone is enough to confuse them.
I mean, it's quite amazing, actually, a number of our kind of normal folks are rather tech savvy, and some are probably better than I am. But sometimes that's not necessarily the issue. It's not understanding the technology, it's that I don't have internet at my house. There's no broadband, or I don't have a computer, I don't have a smartphone, these types of things. So there are really great technologies out there to help anyone very easily access some of these services that you're talking about, Greg, but I think there's a larger challenge there to some degree.
Definitely some things for us to look at, not only with older adults, but with other people who don't have technology or access. The last one we have that we don't necessarily have to share is, of course, the JBC met yesterday and made significant cuts to education and human services, and then sometime late last night or this morning, the governor reappropriated more CARES Act dollars. So it's really hard to tell what's going to happen for human services. But I think they're looking at, we are looking at significant cuts, probably to our prevention programs, to county admin, which is our eligibility program, and some other things. The JBC is pending on recommendations that would be significant, like collaborative management. But I think, you know, we're just kind of watching to see how we're going to need to respond. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that it's going to be significant, whatever happens. Okay, any questions or comments before we go make room for the next presenters?
Okay. Not seeing anything. Man, thank you so very much, and thanks to everybody on your team for all the hard work you've done for the last couple months. I meant to say it earlier, but Sam, my son Nathan, really enjoyed working for you. He had no idea when he started working for the library that he would be helping people set up economic assistance. He really thoroughly enjoyed doing that, and back at the
You're mute, Cindy.
Well, we were lucky to have him.
So, Steve, would you like to entertain a motion so we can go to our next presenter?
Yes, please.
I will make a motion to adjourn as the Board of Social Services.
I'll second, and I'd also just like to, Nan, if you talk to Lindsay Mage, please extend our congratulations on her new baby.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Baby Emmett. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate
All
it.
right, all in favor of adjourning, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, Nan, and all of you. We'll see you again. I'll see you tomorrow, Chad. Okay, now we're going to have our COVID-19 weekly update from John Peacock.
All right, and Phyllis is going to join me. As always seems to happen, we've got a lot of information and not as much time as we planned. And so I am going to share my screen, and for the board, I'm going to go through some of the information fairly quickly so we can focus a little bit more on what might be new information for you related to guidelines and the variance requests that we submitted. Let's see. Just trying to share my screen here. Can you all see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So really, two things, but quite a bit of time to spend on it. The first is the roadmap to reopening and the variance request that was directed by the Board of Commissioners, as well as Board of Health last week. And then we'll talk also a little bit about the incident management team and EOC transition. And then if there's time, which I suspect there won't be, we have a video of some of the steps we've taken at the airport. Last week, the board discussed and gave staff direction, which Board of Health supported, for the county to pursue a variance to the state's safer at home public health orders. What the variance does is right now, counties without a variance are permitted to be stricter than guidance or public health orders provided by the state. What a variance does is it allows counties to be less strict, but also has to have approval of multiple agencies, and that includes your local public health agency, the Board of Commissioners, and the hospital. And any variance needs to be supported by a suppression plan that's approved by the state. And so in this case, the suppression plan is really supported by Pitkin County's roadmap to reopening. And the roadmap to reopening identifies commitments from the community. It identifies criteria that need to be met. And then, and this is just a sample, it identifies 3 phases and activities that would be incrementally reintroduced into the community as criteria are met. What's really important, and I just want to spend a little bit of time reviewing with the board some of the information that the Board of Health saw, is that these 5 criteria that need to be met to move between phases. And that includes seeing a sustained decrease in the number of new COVID-19 cases for at least 14 days, or a consistently low number. Hospitals are safely able to treat patients without being at risk of resorting to crisis standards of care. Testing is performed for all people with symptoms consistent with COVID-19, and that there's active and timely monitoring for all COVID-19 cases and their contacts. And then the graphic seems to be cut off a little bit on the screen here, but that there are clear protocols in place that require physical and social distancing to mitigate the spread of the virus. In preparation for submitting the variance request, we really looked at these 5 criteria. There's additional data. So these are some samples. This is a graph of confirmed cases by onset date. And onset date is when the individual reports feeling the onset of symptoms. And what you can see is until recently, and this chart ran through May 12th, but you can see we had a very sustained period of both decreasing number of cases by onset date with a long period of no new cases. Now that, sorry, Blue is greeting somebody at the front door working from home. We do have a couple new cases that have shown up recently, and so we're going to expect to see that as we reintroduce activities. Similarly, symptom timeline, this is a graph from our symptom tracker. This is based on self-reported data, but it tracks pretty closely to what we were seeing with the actual reported number of COVID cases. And then looking at the hospital capacity, we can see this is running also through May 12th, but in March, this tracks very closely with what we're seeing with our confirmed cases as well as our symptom trackers, where we had higher number of cases with COVID symptoms, and those have dropped significantly through April and May. And so those are the first two criteria and how we're performing on those. The third criteria is testing. And we have been, for the past few weeks, anyone who's symptomatic can be tested for COVID-19. Testing is primarily done Monday through Friday, but is available 7 days a week through Aspen Valley Hospital. If you have symptoms, you need to call your doctor, your primary care doctor. If you do not have a primary care physician, you can call Aspen Valley Primary Care at 970-279-4111 to get referred for testing. There are no walk-ins. We are providing the testing regardless of ability to pay. So for those who have health insurance, Aspen Valley Hospital is collecting that information, but there are no co-pays and there are no charges at the tent, whether you're insured or not insured. So that testing is available right now. We continue to work with Aspen Valley Hospital to expand testing capacity. Good news is right now our tests are the PCR nasal swab tests that are sent off to a lab. They have about a 24 to 48 hour turnaround time. But we have confirmed that we will be adding rapid PCR testing this summer, so that turnaround time for symptomatic people will go from days to hours, which will greatly enhance our capabilities. Phyllis, are you on? Uh-oh.
Muted. There I am.
There you go. So for the last criteria, it's really having the social distancing and physical distancing guidelines. This is the work that's been happening this week. So this is both inclusive of our public health orders, which the board is familiar with, but also our COVID safety plans, which we have general checklists and as well as sector-specific conversations that we're having. And Phyllis, I will turn it over to you. Here.
Okay, you're going to have to advance slides for me.
Yep, just let me know.
So this illustrates the number of people that we have working behind the scenes that are reviewing various businesses, operations, and the plans that they submit to ensure that they meet the best practices for public health and our community's health and their employees' health. So you can see they're the business liaison, email businessliaison@pitkincounty.com. That's our one-stop place to ask anything. The question comes in, we have staff people that are reviewing the questions, If it's a really simple one, they'll answer it. If it's something that we've had before, that makes it easy. If it's not, which the majority are not, we then refer it to one of our experts. So we had construction and landscaping that pretty much wrapped up a few weeks ago. We have outfitters guides, the outdoor rec retail, safety protocols for disinfecting. We really have a lot of questions about how is the best way to disinfect whatever they're using in a business, so childcare. And then FAQs is a large piece of the result of all this work, is we've created FAQs, frequently asked questions, on our website that is listed by industry, so if someone wants to find an answer, they can check there first. And we're working on making those FAQs be more generic. Instead of, at the beginning, they were very specific to a question, and now they're open. And then community institutions, which includes religious institutions, and then schools. It all comes through, and we either get an answer, and if they do, we get it to our frequently asked questions. So move on. Week before last, we held virtual business town halls. We held them so when businesses, the non-essential businesses, were able to open on May 8th, it's the M. We were able to get a lot of questions from businesses ahead of time, and we also learned a lot of what their questions were. So you can go ahead. From the town hall, we answered questions about opening, and part of opening those non-essential businesses, as well as opening all businesses now, is the business safety plan checklist. It's an online template that people can go through, check the boxes, and it does have a DocuSign when it's to be submitted. And once it's submitted, we then have it it's filed, and no one is reviewing them. It's a passive system, but if someone has a question or if there's a complaint that comes in a business, we can go to our listing and see who has a business plan and if they're adhering to what they said they would adhere to. So that's been really helpful for the businesses to be able to think through what they need to address as they're opening their businesses. Right now we have 450 business safety plans that have been filed with non-essential and essential businesses, and then we had 450 that were filed with construction and landscaping. So you can go ahead. So what's in the business safety plan? So in order to protect employee health, what are the practices? Promoting clean hands, where are hand washing stations? What's available to employees? Where are hand sanitizers? Just kind of simple things that need to be communicated to employees. Like I said before, disinfection protocols. How many, and it also has to do with limiting touch materials in your place of business if it doesn't need to be a touched item, just to make disinfection easier and work for employees easier. Promoting social distancing, 6 feet. This is going to be around with us for a while. Reducing unnecessary contact. So that goes with addressing what's in your business. Reducing exposure through transportation. So how people are commuting. Right now it's obviously being a single person in a vehicle is the best way to avoid exposure. We also have where people can share a vehicle. If it's a 4-person occupancy vehicle, 2 people can ride there. But we also make people aware if anyone becomes positive for COVID, the people in their vehicle are most likely going to be need to be tested or quarantined because they're in an exposure condition. And then monitoring and communication of the plan. So where we, you can go ahead and click to the next one because that's going to be the sign. So here's the sign that's on, that businesses can display either on their window, their counter, wherever. So it lets the customers know that they have a business safety plan, they can ask for it, and the rules that we really ask everyone to adhere to Don't come in if you have a cough or a fever. Face coverings are required. Maintain the 6-foot distance, and do not shake hands or engage in unnecessary physical contact. So we repeat this over and over, and this is a real key to keeping exposure down in our community. And you'll see it's in Spanish and in English, because we found that was, we have a lot of Spanish speaking in our community, and we wanted to make sure we're getting the message. So go ahead, John. So if someone has a question or wants to find something out that they just can't find anywhere else, so the roadmap to reopening, that had all the different industries listed and what was open in phase 1, what's open now, and we're now in phase 2, and when phase 3 would be happening, or we're going into phase 2, sorry. The FAQs on our website, state guidance. The state has a lot of guidance that's been published. Right now, we're waiting for restaurant guidance. That's a topic that we're spending a lot of time on, between restaurants and lodging. That's our topic for this week. And then the business liaison email, if people can't find anything on their own. And then I'll just move into the transition that we went to from the incident management team, IMC, to the emergency
Operations.
Thank you, John. Just went right out of my brain. Emergency Operations Center. And the Emergency Operations Center is the support program that has those 15 ESFs, emergency support functions, under it. So when we first were planning, when we expected that it was not when, but it wasn't if, but it was when we were going to have a COVID case in our community, the public health department was planning that we'd have one case, we would work into it, figure out a system. Well, that got thrown out the window when our first cases were the cluster of 10. At that point, we had a public health department of 5 staff. They were in the process of some turnover. And that 10 people really overwhelmed our system. So Pitkin County has an incident management team. So it's I think it's a class 4, I think it's called, stage 4 team. So when you go to fires, you'll hear there's a stage 1 team, stage 2. Well, we have a local stage 4 team. So we were able to deploy them to help support the public health team. At the same time, the ESFs engaged. I'm the lead on ESF 14, which is recovery. And we knew, considering the pandemic, recovery was going to be needed and play a big part as this incident extended over the time period we all expected to. So the incident management team, their objective is response. They are an emergency response unit. They do not do recovery. They're really there to put out the fire, to react to the flood. Dealing with the pandemic was new for them, new for all of us. So they were there for quite a while. And as our cases began to stabilize, we looked at eliminating the IMT, that emergency response group, to just the emergency support function. So right now, we started May 1st. We have almost a full transition. There may be an invite or two that's left out from the PCIMT, which is their email address from liaisons. But we're working on fully transitioning that to our emergency support functions. And so we're going to move on. The IMT was meant to deal with the sprint, the emergent nature of getting these cases in our community. The ESF function under the EOC is the marathon, and that's where we are now. So we need to build the support for the long haul. And due to the maturity now and the stabilization that we're seeing and the better planning we can do, that's why we moved to this new support structure for public health. And some folks thought it was transitioning downsizing in support, and actually it's an upsizing in support. It's just spread out between a lot more people, and so we can maintain for the 18 months, 2 years, so who knows how long we're going to be in this. It's going to be a while, and public health is going to need our support. that's it for that, if anybody has any questions. Oh, do you want to do this one, John, or me?
You know, I think I already covered this at the beginning. I think maybe we'll jump in. I see some hands going up. Steve, are you seeing it? I think Kelly's.
Thanks. Yeah, Phyllis, can you talk about what our partnership role is in the EOC? I mean, you know, you've talked about it as being under the umbrella of public health. So I just want to be clear, you know, if this is fully a county structure or where our other partners are kind of filling in activities.
Sure, we do have partners still active with us, and we're really helpful for those partners. Particularly even with the IMT, our partners with the City of Aspen and Town of Snowmass Village. We have a lot of staff that stepped up. Either their departments were closed down, like the rec department at the Town of Snowmass Village, or just reduced workloads. So we had quite a few folks. Within the ESFs, we still have some City of Aspen and Town of Snowmass Village. There's less, so we've been transitioning them out. So it's not a fully county operation. Our JIC, so I've been emailing you every day about the Joint Information Center. And that JIC originally was, I think it was 12 people, and they all were coming from City of Aspen and Town of Snowmass Village. And we're transitioning that now to include county people. The JIC is going to continue. We have found that information and getting good information out to our community is really important. And having the support of our partners in that function has been really critical, and they're a really talented group of people. So we're going to add some county people, but we're still going to maintain some of our partner participants.
Okay. And then I'd like to ask just a little bit of a follow-up to that. So what is the Board of Health kind of interaction with the EOC? Will they get regular reports through staff about the EOC functions?
They'll have an overview of what we're doing, but we're really linked into public health, not the Board of Health. So I think there may be some information that comes as needed if there's an operation or something that we're doing, particularly when it comes to communication. We were actually talking about it may be a good Board of Health topic so they understand what this support system is for communication in our community, because we haven't been able to present that to the Board of Health yet. So that's an idea, but it's not a regular occurrence. We want them to be aware, but there's not a real direct connection.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Phyllis.
That's interesting.
Any other questions?
Steve? Hi. Yeah, hi, thank you. Thanks, Phyllis. Thank you. Thanks, Kelly, for that question. I think, you know, regarding all of this, it has been interesting to try to understand the dynamic between the Board of County Commissioners and the IMT, now the EOC, the Board of Health. And I can say, I think I can express for more than just myself that it has been frustrating, probably for all sides, just because the communication has been difficult, and understanding what's coming down from the state has been difficult. So I think we all realize the complexity and difficulty of the problems. I know we've talked, some of us have talked about, you know, how do we keep the BOCC and the Board of Health more involved so that we're not reading about things in the paper or hearing about them after the decision's been made, because we're the ones who really are the accountable parties to the community who are asking us what's going on. That's clearly the issue. I don't need to elaborate on it. I think everyone understands what I'm saying. And so I'd really love to get a better understanding and also offer more of my time and self to participate, or at least be a spokesperson more often, just so the community sees more of us and that they have the confidence that we know what's going on and that we're engaged. And I know it's a complex issue, but I think it's really important because we're the ones who are accountable. Thank you.
And Greg, we're just building our communication team up in that transition. I think the beginning with the virtual town hall, the town hall meeting structure that was held last week with questions from the community, we're beginning to shift a little in our communication. The slide that is up now is all the ways that people can tie into what's going on, and we have Pat Bingham in our PIO group now, so she's very aware of how the board, I mean, that's the way Pat thinks, is how can the board be more out front to be able to give messages to our community. So we are working on trying to expand. So the slide here is mostly what has been set up through the IMT and when the JIC was under it. The Aspen to Parachute hotline has just been transitioned. It's only going to be a Pitkin County hotline, so we need to get that changed, and it's still set up available 8 to 8, and it's 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. But we've seen the calls coming down into the single digits every day. So we're working on that. It became hard to make it Aspen to Parachute as our public health orders became different. It was hard for one person to know two worlds. So stay tuned, Greg. We may be calling on you more as we get better plans. And I keep calling it a lesson plan. Like, we need to figure out way ahead, like, what does the community need to know, and how do we get that message out there? So we're working more on a strategic communication plan now that we're being able to take a breather and begin the first couple of miles in our marathon.
Great. If I could follow up, thank you. That's encouraging and reassuring. I think that the other element of that is also just the timeliness of updates, so that if a decision's made, somehow we really are making sure that we're alerting people in the community. For instance, when the hotel conversation was had last Tuesday or Thursday, yet our own ACRA wasn't sure what was going on even until yesterday, mainly because there's such a deluge of information. Finding the right information and getting it to the right people is so important. I think that'll help alleviate confusion and frustration in the community. And I want to assure everyone we are working on that.
Yeah, this morning we just discussed, we found, which I was surprised, that some lodging didn't realize they could accept reservations beginning on the 27th. And so we talked about how did that get missed? How did we not get that to the community? Now, we still have to define more specifically what's lodging. It's not all types of lodging that are open. Airbnbs are still closed per the state, but we have some Airbnbs or VRBOs that are in what may look like a hotel. So we're trying to address that and deal with all those nuances. We have a lot of different lodgings in this community.
And let me jump in really quick. We need to clarify the tentative date for reopening lodges and restaurants is the 27th. That decision has not been made final by the Board of Health. That will be the discussion after the governor's new executive order comes out, the 25th or the 26th, and the Board of Health meets on the 26th, the Thursday, whatever that Thursday is. Then the Board of Health will issue a new local public health mandate that will determine the opening date for restaurants and lodges. Just so I don't want everybody to get excited, it is not definitive yet. It's the plan.
Well, we clarify everything that it needs to meet those criteria. That we don't have surges in cases, that the hospital can service the patients that it needs to, that it has capacity, and that testing is going on.
Right, it's based on all of that, but it still could be up to the Board of Health to determine they want to open restaurants, but they may not want to open lodges. So it's still up for discussion, but we're trying to get people geared up to the plan is the tentative date will be the 27th, so start thinking about it, but it's dependent upon where the Board of Health decides to go.
Hey, George?
Yeah, just to tag on to a couple of these comments for Greg. I reflect back since I first got on the Board of County Commissioners, we were also the Board of Health. Thank God we're no longer just the Board of Health. We have professionals on that board to help steer us. And then to Patty's comments, yeah, I was actually a little surprised reading today's paper that there were some city council members who still, I'm not sure if they're not getting the information correctly, although two sit on the Board of Health, that we have a roadmap in place. And as John showed us earlier in his presentation, we've got criteria that have to be met. So it's very difficult to have a firm opening date for restaurants and lodging until we know how our roadmap is moving along. And of course, along with the Board of Health and the medical staff at ABH and the BOCC, our goals is to ensure that we have a healthy community. And I'm sure that the restaurants and lodges, they want to ensure that their staff are going to be healthy and their customers are going to be healthy. So we've asked for a variance from the state, which will allow us some flexibility. But as Patty said, we're looking at an opening date, but we can't guarantee that until we have all these other pieces in alignment. So I'm just surprised that at least with the elected officials, they're not getting that message.
Yeah, and I know we're limited on time, so I wanted to address the variance because the direction was to seek a broad-based variance. When you request a variance from the state, you need to identify specific areas in the state's public health order that you're seeking a variance from. And so in making our broader-based requests, we actually sought variances in 7 areas of the state orders. So I'm just going to go over those quickly. I want to be very clear for the public as well as for the board that when we're granted a variance, it does not mean that, one, there won't still be restrictions in place for social distancing or group sizes or those sorts of things. And two, I think it is our intent where it makes sense for our community to align with the state orders as much as possible so that there's consistency in the valley and around the state. But I think what we found is that at times local conditions would indicate that we want some flexibility to follow our own path and chart our own course to provide some predictability for the community. And so the first one was just a minor one. And some of these are anticipation that these provisions don't change at the end of the month. But really simple, right now the Safer at Home requires everyone living in shared or outdoor spaces to comply with the state's physical distancing requirement and encourages them not to leave their residence except for necessary activities. As we reintroduce larger group or event sizes or non-essential activities, we wanted to note 2 things: that we currently don't require physical distancing among members of the household, and then of course allowing residents to leave their homes for any permissible activities. That was fairly minor, but it could be an important distinction. Group and gathering sizes, of course, under the current Safer at Home order, gatherings are limited to no more than 10 individuals. Phase 2 of our roadmap anticipates a gathering size from 25 to 50. In addition to looking at capacity levels for places of public accommodation, for example, restaurants and lodging, really focusing on the ability to meet physical distancing requirements and also promoting outdoor venues as less riskier environments for those types of gatherings. Phase 3 could see group sizes increase to up to 250. And and again, really it's going to rely on our physical distancing. So that was the second variance request that was included to the state. Third, travel and public transit. Currently, the state order restricts the use of public transit to perform only necessary activities. We wanted to be sure that as we reopened activities and we felt it was safe to reintroduce more transit services, that we would have the flexibility to do that. And we noted that currently all the bus systems in our valley require safe practices right now, including masks. The fourth variance request had to do with local and public recreation. Again, there's the group size limitation there, as well as personal training classes and such, as well as keeping playgrounds and playground equipment closed. So again, looking at the flexibility, and again, this would only be done if deemed safe and with safe practices to allow some of these activities to resume. You'll see in a future slide that we'd also anticipate allowing some of the businesses like gyms to operate. The fifth variance request, this is probably the most significant one, which is the places of public accommodation, which limits the ingress, egress, use, and occupancy to members of the public, including restaurants, bars, gyms, movie, and performance theaters. Phase two, and as Phyllis said, we're continuing to work on guidelines, but would anticipate reintroducing some of these activities, again, with physical distancing guidelines, sanitation guidelines, limitations on gathering sizes and such to mitigate the spread of the virus. Probably the most significant conversation we've been having along these lines, of course, is our restaurants. We're looking at both what will the limitations be for indoor dining, and then how do you encourage outdoor dining to allow some capacity so that the businesses can survive through this pandemic. There is discussion happening at the state level too about allowing liquor licenses to be quickly approved to accommodate outdoor venues as they're approved by counties. So that will be applicable to requests for restaurants. Like I know some of you have received requests from Woody Creek Tavern. So we're looking at both what do we need to do to allow that in an outdoor seating. I see Cindy's on, she may be able to join in there in a sec. And also how do we adjust liquor licenses? Still getting guidance from the state on that, but we are on top of looking at those things. The sixth variance, again, this one is probably nuanced because retail was allowed to open at 50% capacity. What this does is really think about it in terms, or allows us to think a little bit more broadly, not in terms of a percent capacity, but in terms of the ability to meet physical distancing and cleaning requirements, which is really what we're after in terms of preventing spread of the virus. 30% capacities, 50% capacities for some of these places do not always make a lot of sense. So this variance right now would give us some flexibility in ensuring physical distancing and sanitation practices versus trying to count heads, which may not have a lot to do with the spread of the virus. And then non-critical retail, this is one that, this again is another one that's just the variance around the percentage. Non-critical retail was allowed to reopen by the state at a reduced percentage. This would give us just some more flexibility to allow those businesses to operate with capacities that are really determined by their ability to maintain physical distancing and sanitation practices versus an arbitrary percentage of capacity, which is not always clear what is a percentage of, if that makes sense. So that was a really quick kind of run through, but those are the 7 areas where variance was requested from the state. We have not heard from the state on any timeline yet as to when we can expect a response on that application.
So Steve, I have a quick question for John, because I guess we're going to do the airport too in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, you don't have to. We can save that.
Well, anyway, I have a question, just kind of logistical. Who actually applies for the variance? Is it the BOCC or the Board of Health?
It's a local public health agency.
Okay.
It's neither, yeah.
So the Board of Health actually submitted this variance request. My other question is...
No, Patty, it was staff.
Okay,
at
but
the direction.
my question is, though, it's the Board of Health who sets these public health mandates, who set the roadmap to reopening, who did all of that, but it just seems kind of, it doesn't connect that they weren't the entity that actually submitted this variance request.
Well, so we are caught between being asked to do things quickly and being asked to do things between multiple legislative bodies. The statutory authority, the Board of Health is actually advisory in these areas, Patty. And so
The Board of Health is?
we took the direction from the Board of Commissioners and the Board of Public Health to submit a variance quickly, and a broad-based variance. So staff put the variance together and we submitted it as staff.
Okay, but the statutory authority for public health mandates goes to the Board of Health, correct?
The Public Health Director and the Board of Health have separate authorities.
Right, so to me, that's kind of interesting, but then we're asking for a variance to technically the governor's executive order and to our public health mandates as we move forward. It just, I know things are evolving as we sit here, but it just seems to have a disconnect. So, okay, I can move past that.
Well, we can,
it's not surprising. If that's how it's supposed to be done, that's how it's supposed to be done.
I mean, we can slow these processes down. That is not the direction I heard.
John, I'm not asking you to slow the process down. I'm just asking why there's a disconnect between who has statutory authority to set a public health mandate. We're asking for a variance technically to our public health mandate, but it doesn't have to come through the Board of Health. But anyway, we've already done it.
That's correct, yeah. It can come through the Public Health Director as a local.
It's just interesting. The second question is under the, it's really well done. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. It covers exactly, I think, the direction that we gave you. But it's attached to the specific existing governor's executive order, which is going to expire in a week from Thursday.
Yeah, and that's the requirement, Patty, that you have to ask for specific exemptions of existing public health orders. And I think for everyone that is requesting variances right now, the anticipation is that the safer at home order will be continued, and at least portions of it will. And so would variances if they're applicable.
That was going to be my question. Either it rolls over or it rolls over with tweaks.
But
we don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah. That was my third question and final question. Thank you.
You're welcome. This is a 6-minute video. I know we've got a I think we have a board interview. Happy to show it, or we can save this for later. This was the last thing. It just shows some of how we're meeting these business checklist requirements at the airport. Would you like me to play it, or do you want to save that for another?
And let's call on Kelly real quick.
I would suggest we save this for another time. I know it's available. It's been available on our social media pages, et cetera, because I think that there is a really important issue that's underlying these whole conversations, and that is the clarity of roles in this transition from IMT to EOC. And, I think, I'm really tired because I have a cranky, teething baby at home. But, I'm just a little frustrated from some of the comments from City Council about why don't we have clear timing, and, where we stand on all these things when our staff has gone and graciously presented multiple times, and I'm not hearing any outreach from any other directed electeds to help them navigate those questions, because I feel like some of the information is very clear. And the reason we don't have a time is because we're giving the virus time to, see how it works in our community. And that's why, we have a 4-week period to see how it's operating, to then make a quick decision and be poised with a quick pivot. And that is what this variance does. Again, this variance request came from the city of Aspen, and I'm happy to cultivate it and move it through, and grateful for our quick staff action on this, but we are being responsive to trying to get our whole community back on track here and back to normal. And what that looks like is having very clear guidance in place, requesting these business plans on file, so that when we have the period of time to say, okay, what has the virus done? We can look at the data in real time and say we can make a change as of tomorrow or as of in 2 days, and have everything in place to make that change. And, I'm sure we have to do a better job communicating all of that up front, but I think we are. I think we have direct outreach to our business community. There's a ton of questions to wade through. Our staff is doing an excellent job wading through them. I hope that we are in place to be able to make this pivot on May 27th, either with the state and aligned with the state, or with the permission of the state. And, we need some more clarity here. There's a lack of understanding of roles. There's a lack of understanding of, who's responsible for what decisions, and how we individually as boards and electeds can be better ambassadors for all of this. And so I do think that's an important conversation that maybe we have in next week's COVID update, just to really get everybody on the same page, because, from week to week, the Board of Health has pivoted on important decisions. And, that's been a little surprising, and it undermines, I think, confidence in us, confidence in electeds and government, even though I think we're doing a really good job and fundamentally have made the right decisions all along. So, pardon my frustration. I want to just identify that topic for future conversation in our next COVID update, because the questions have been raised on multiple fronts. So thanks for letting me in for that time.
Okay, well, I know what part of our COVID update next week is going to be. The other part, and Kelly, I think those frustrations are legitimate. And, our typical policy-making structure is really challenged during a crisis. And I think just a clear conversation, potentially we can get somebody. I know we're going to try and have an attorney from CDPHE come in and talk about the variance process and roles too on Thursday, and maybe that's something that we could repeat on Tuesday. We can ask for that. The other thing that we need to bring back to you, and we've decided to do this next week because the information has been evolving significantly, is we do need to come back to the resource request to make this sustainable. The good news is that the governor issued an executive order directing that CARES Act funding be distributed to local governments. Our understanding is that the Department of Local Affairs is going to be making recommendations for that distribution. So we're trying to get a sense of what that means in terms of taking some of the financial pressure off of us locally, exclusively. And we've also been working just with DOLA to really understand FEMA reimbursements and where those may play in, and those would come down the road, but there may be more that's reimbursable than we had originally estimated, which would be good.
Well,
so we're working.
And if I can just jump in and take this opportunity to clarify what I think has also been a misconception out there is that, this board is committed to putting together a solution to fully stand up the contact tracing team that we need. We have just said we don't think it needs to come out of Pitkin County General Fund. That we know that we're going to figure out a way to get public health all the staff they need to provide the resources for the year-round residential community, plus all on top of who come to visit us here. And that we've just asked for staff guidance on, can we get that through reimbursement? Can we get that through partnerships? Can we get that through, a volunteer resource? Like looking at different options to standing that up. So I think the misconception has been that we haven't fully committed to that. And, I didn't hear that from this board. I just heard we need, different funding solutions for how we do that. So thanks for letting me clarify that.
And I would just repeat, I think I repeated that exact understanding at the end of our last meeting on this, was that you are supportive of the box it in strategy and the elements we need to fund to make that happen. It's just you wanted us to go back and look at some alternatives to get there.
Yep.
And so we're doing that.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it for me.
So we have a scheduled break right now with the citizen board interview at 3:15. That gives us 8 minutes until Lupita will be on for the interview. I hope she shows up online here. So let's take a short break till 3:15.
Okay. Do you hear that, Grassroots? Cool. Thanks. Hey, Michaela. Good to see you. Good to see you. How are you? everybody. Welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, May 19th. I'm here in the room welcoming you, and I'm going to turn it over to our chair, Steve Child.
Well, welcome everybody. So we have Lisa York here, and we're supposed to have a citizen board interview with Lupita Ortiz for the Citizen Grant Review Committee. Is Lupita with you, Lisa?
She just emailed me and asked for the link again, which I sent to her. I don't think she had access to the calendar like we do. She's a high school student. So I sent it to her. We'll see if she gets on here.
Okay. She's probably more adept at navigating around electronic things than most of us are.
Yeah, as long as she gets the invitation, I'm sure she can
Yeah.
check my email again. 1 second.
Is there anything we might be able to do while we're waiting?
Yeah, Patty, let me, sorry, I was cheating and trying to fit a phone call in while you guys were doing the interview, so just catching up. Steve, do you want to have a future agendas discussion?
Well,
or?
we could jump into future agendas. It won't take too long, I don't believe.
Okay.
So let's do that.
Yeah, so really just have maybe two items for you. One is finance was given an extension on our audit due to COVID-19 disruptions, I believe. So we've moved that presentation from June 23rd to July 21st. I know they're still working on the audit. It's a little more cumbersome working remotely on that. We usually have a team right in the county and doing that. And I know I'll just be frank that the amount of time still going into the COVID-19 response and I know everyone has some frustrations with communications and such, but we are spending a lot of time with groups and such. So it is keeping our future agendas a little thinner. We're trying to keep normal business as much as possible, but there's a lot of staff there stretched pretty thin.
There it goes blue again.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry.
Steve, can I add to some future agendas real quick?
Yes, Patty, go ahead.
John, could we just add the Board of Health meetings on there, just so the rest of the Board of County Commissioners knows when they're going to be, even though they're every Thursday about the same time, just to give them a heads up if they want to check in. Might be beneficial if they pull up those meetings. And
Sure. Can we just post the when they are versus trying to put the whole agenda in
No,
there?
because the agendas are just when they are, because we never know what the agendas are until the day before the meeting. The other thing too, on 6:10 regular meeting, we have the North Star Management Plan. I want to make sure that staff, I'm sure that they have, but just to double check, has reached out to the neighbors in the caucus up there, that is the date for the North Star Management Plan to come to the BOCC, which is June 10th. And as for June 30th, that's Election Day. I think it's the 5th Tuesday. Just want to make sure we don't have anything scheduled that day. And then I would like to put at some point in the really near future, some kind of financial future discussion. What we need to be looking at, because as Kelly and I said earlier, we cannot continue to make decisions about using taxpayer dollars without knowing how it's going to affect the county for the next 18 months or 2 years, or till the end of this year. So I think we need to have that discussion, just to get it started sooner than later.
Yeah, and I think we're going to try and have some of that discussion next week. We were going to bring some numbers forward today, but a lot changed with the governor's executive order and trying to get clarity on that.
Yeah, especially looking at the cuts to human health services issues and how that's going to affect staffing issues. And we need to start thinking about some opportunities to repurpose our internal staff. So thank you.
I have not heard back from Lupita. I apologize. I guess we can try and get on the next agenda, or the next one that we can get her on for the interview.
If she was trying, I think we just proceed with these smaller items, and if she succeeds in joining, then we'll fit her in at the first good time to break with what we're doing.
Okay, great, thank you.
So Patty, just to note, June 30th date is the 5th Tuesday.
Right.
So there will not be a meeting that day.
Yeah, I did say that, but
And-
sometimes we utilize the 5th Tuesday. I wanted to make sure we didn't.
Yeah, and also with this being different situation every week, we might need to do some kind of an update sometime during that week. So let's be flexible in that matter. So let's see.
Steve, questions from Kelly and Greg.
Discussion items. And
we have some
let's
future agenda still, please.
Well, still some future agendas. Okay, Kelly.
Yeah, thanks. Just quickly, I'm wondering about the time we have set aside for Cindy for air quality presentation. I don't know if that was set aside prior to our direction given, or if that's when she wanted that. It seems like it's sooner than we're going to have any data, and so I don't know what that involves.
Is it already set in an agenda?
Next week.
Cindy, do you want to, is that time that you needed, or?
I had not set any agenda time for that, and it will be down the road, Kelly, I believe. But we do the initial study, and then we take the sample several months later when the airport is up and running. I prefer that we get the study together with all the samples in the lab and all the things for a study and a report, since it is such a short snapshot, rather than coming in between. But I'm happy to do that if that's important to you.
Well, no, you actually do have agenda time next Tuesday. It's already set for the 26th at 1 o'clock. Good catch, Kelly. I'm impressed.
So the question is, Cindy, if you don't need that time, then we'll pull it.
Yeah.
Before you pull it, can I ask a question on that topic? I did have a request. Somebody asked, just if we can get more detail, what goes into the testing and what's it being tested for? Maybe there's an opportunity for a short, maybe you just publish the written criteria for the tests, locations of where the test will be done, how it'll be done, whatever that can be shared. What will we be looking at, whether it's VOCs or particulate or some combination? Those are the sort of questions I've had on it. So maybe that doesn't have to happen on schedule, but it could happen in an email or a press release or something. I had another question regarding future agendas also. But I would love to propose that we schedule some time that would allow ideas from the community to come through, ideas that have come to ComDev and that probably come to each of the commissioners on ways that we can maintain social distancing and the roadmap to reopening, but also how can we pivot and innovate ways of our community of getting back to some sort of economy, whether it's the drive-in movies or drive-in concerts or drive-in theater, things like that. The discussions about that are swirling through the community, and people are asking, and I'd love us to have a conversation about it so they can hear what we're thinking and understand where it's going.
So Lisa, I was thinking that I had trouble logging into the Zoom call today, and someone had to do something to invite me in. Everybody else was in except for Greg and me. And maybe that's the same issue. Lupita could hear us and see us, but we can't see her or hear her.
I've emailed her twice, and I sent her the link that I got on my calendar, and
there she, yeah.
Yay!
Hey, there she is.
There she is.
Hi, sorry, the other link wasn't working. I emailed a couple of people. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Hey, before we launch into this, was I muted at that last question I put forth or suggestion? I didn't get any response whatsoever, so I just want to make sure I was heard.
We heard you very clearly, Greg, so.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I needed to know then.
Greg, you weren't muted, and I think that sounded like an innovative idea that we should try.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah. Okay, Lupita, I'm Steve Child. I'm the chairman of the commissioners. Two of the commissioners are sitting in our meeting room in the county building, and the rest of us are all at home. I'm not sure where Lisa, are you at home also? So most of us are at home conducting this interview. So we would like to thank you for applying to be on the Citizens Review Board. It's a very important board that looks at all the different nonprofit groups in the community who are asking for money for doing all the good work that they do. And we give out a lot of money every year, so it's a very important committee that we have, and we're pleased that you have applied as a high school student to one of the two youth positions we have. So what is your motivation? Why do you want to serve on this committee?
So I've been volunteering and working with nonprofits for a long time. I've been involved in the buddy program for over 9 years. I've been a little buddy, but I got involved as an older buddy my beginning of my sophomore year. My mom also works with Family Connections, so I volunteer with them. So yeah, just over the years, I've been working with nonprofits, and I see the work they do in our community, and I just think it's really important, and I would love to learn more about them, about how they fundraise, who they fundraise for, and why they fundraise, and I think this would be a great way to do that.
Okay, and I noticed that you do a lot at the school and for different volunteer things. Would you have time to devote to doing this? Our committee meets for a really intense period of time, right about the beginning of the school year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I talked to Lisa about this and the commitment I would have to make and the hours, and I would be fully committed. I think it's an important job, so I do want to be fully committed. And before turning in my application, I obviously ask questions, and I know it's hours, and I would have to score and review the applications that come in from the nonprofits. So yeah, I do think I would. I do have the time to put forward for this and to give it my 100%.
Okay. So and I'm going to pass this on to other commissioners.
Steve, I don't have a picture, so you can't see me raising my hand.
You just can't see.
Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say really quick, Lupita, you have an amazing resume. You do amazing work. Just hearing you just briefly here, you're going to be a senior next year. I believe that's correct. So yes. I'm excited. I think you're a great candidate for this board. I think you'll love it. You learn about all the nonprofits in the community, and I don't really need to say anything more. I think you're terrific.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay,
go ahead, Jake.
Thanks, Lupita. Thank you. It's really great to meet you, at least online, and hopefully we'll meet you in person at a presentation sometime in the future. I've observed some of the great high school volunteers we've had in the past, And I had an interesting, maybe Lisa Yorker told me this, or someone told me that the high school volunteer actually might have been the toughest one on the applicants, like really providing scrutiny and asking the tough questions and demanding the answers. And so I just wanted to say, would you be prepared to do that? Are you bold? Are you going to be able to go in and ask the tough questions? Because you're going to be choosing between different groups and allocating money and asking those hard questions. And I just want to know if that's something that appeals to you.
Yeah, well, I've been raised here at Aspen, but I am a Hispanic. I do have two cultures behind me, so I think it's always about voicing your opinion, standing up for what you believe in. And obviously, I've been involved, as I said, with a lot of nonprofits, so I do know how hard they work. And if these applications, I know it's going to be hard to score each of them, but I'm going to see who wants it more, who needs it more, where they're allocating their money, how they're using their money. So I am going to voice my opinions, ask those questions if I do believe that one nonprofit, wants them more than the other, or again, how they're using their money. That's really important.
Well, thank you. I believe you. This is great. Really great.
So, Kelly or George?
Yeah, Lita, thanks for applying. I think you've answered most of my questions. I did one quick question though. How did you hear about this position?
Okay, awesome. So yeah, as I mentioned, I've been involved with the buddy program for numerous years, and Jill, she is my mentor for the buddy program. She told me about the program. She approached me about it one day, and she was like, I think this would be great. I think it would open lots of doors, but I also think it would give you a clear perspective into what you want to do in the future. So then Lisa also reached out to me, and I read a lot of the information online and emailed Lisa back and forth. And I just think it would be a great fit. So yeah, Jill from the buddy program was the one who told me about the organization and the committee and everything you guys do.
And so you're still active with the buddy program?
Yeah, so I've had a big buddy for over 8 years, and I'm a mentor now for middle schooler. So now I volunteer also.
Oh, great. So because the buddy program is one of our recipients, you may have to just recuse yourself from that one decision, yeah?
Yeah, I might be a little biased from the buddy program, but also.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Hi, Lupita. Lovely to talk with you today. Have in any of your roles you had to play a role where you're on a selection committee of sorts, or where you've had to kind of prioritize, either which individual gets picked or which group gets picked or anything like that?
Yeah, so basically I've, been with the Shining Stars for a number of years, and for all of the different things that I do volunteer work, sometimes you have to see, okay, where am I going to do more fundraisers for, or, where am I going to advertise more for? But at the end, it's who has the biggest group, and also who you've been working with for the longest time, and again, where the money's going to go. So I've been with Shining Stars since I was in 8th grade. So there, the money, we usually give it to fundraising and to bring kids here. So I don't usually have to decide, how the money's going to be distributed there. But I think that just, putting effort into fundraising equally, or trying to for each, everything that I do or volunteer for is really important.
Great, thank you. Well, I appreciate, and I'll just say, I think, as a county, we've talked about trying to do better outreach effort for the Latino community, and so I think that you would be a really great asset to that board to bring that lens. So thanks. Glad you applied.
Thank you.
So I have a question, partly for Lisa and partly for Lupita. We do have 2 positions open, one for an alternate or someone from the high school. Now, Lisa, has anyone else applied from the high school to fill that?
Typically, we try and get juniors. so we'll have them for 2 years, but Lupita was so outstanding that, you know, come on. And so we're still looking for another person. And I was thinking of reaching out to CMC as well and seeing if they have anyone who is from the Valley who's maybe attending school there and has some extra time, and they may be interested as well. So I thought that might be a different group to approach, because Jill Grunberg, who sent us, Lupita has sent us several good candidates in the past as well.
Yeah, and so
We also have Stephen Wicks back. He's signing up for another tour of duty, which is great.
We knew we'd get him.
Well, that's good.
I forced him.
So Lupita, the question would be, this would be somebody who's just finishing 10th grade right now. Do you know of anybody, or you could think about it, if you can think of someone who you think might be a good candidate who would be going into their junior year next year, then they could be on this Citizens Grant Review Committee for 2 years, and that's what we've done before. You could suggest to them that they might be interested.
Yeah, I can think of a couple people, and I can always email Lisa. I'm wondering if you guys have had more girls youth serve or more boys youth serve.
It's been 50-50.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So I'll think of people and always send their contacts over to Lisa, if that's okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll do that, Lisa.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Great. So thanks again for applying, Lupita. And we, maybe once a month or so, we actually do an official resolution where we appoint citizen board members. But I think we all like you. I think our sense is you'd be really a good addition to that committee. Even if you could only do it for 1 year, I think it would be important. And I really like the fact that you're bilingual, and I think you could bring some good connections to the committee and talking to some of the many different nonprofit groups that we work with.
Yeah, I think that'd be awesome. And yeah, I think being bilingual is literally a blessing. I've been so blessed that my mom has taught me both languages. You know, she forces me to speak Spanish at home, which I think is awesome, because a lot of people that grew up here do lose their ability to talk Spanish and, you know, forget. So I've been very lucky, and I would be more than lucky to reach out to a lot of those nonprofits and help you guys in any way that I can and give it my 100%. I would love to collaborate with all you guys. I think that would be awesome and a great, great learning experience.
Okay. Well, thank you. And we'll be reaching out to you in the near future and letting you know what our decision is. I think we all probably know what our decision will be. Okay.
Thank you, Lupita.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Lisa. Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa. So getting back to board open discussion items. And let's get Cindy back on the hot seat here.
Yeah, thanks. So, Steve, Cindy was here to follow up on an item from previous open discussion around looking at our policies to allow restaurants to use greater outdoor space during the COVID-19 crisis. And there's two elements to this. One is the land use piece that Cindy is going to talk about, and then the other is the liquor license piece. So, Cindy, now I can't see if Cindy's on.
She's there.
I am.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Yeah, and I brought Suzanne Wolf along to help me on this one. We have been doing some research, and Suzanne can tell you she jumped on a webinar last week to see what was going on in the rest of the state with these questions about expanded restaurant seating and how to go about it. Some communities were finding a lot of legal issues and right-of-way issues, and I'm not sure it was all that important of a webinar, but we do have some ideas about moving forward in a broad way to cover all the restaurants in Pitkin County. So with that, Suzanne, I'll just give you the floor for a second.
Hi, everybody. So my more specific, I know everybody's been contacted by the owners from the Woody Creek Tavern, and so I just spoke to her this afternoon and have been kind of looking into that situation specifically. You know, some of that obviously translates into any other restaurant, you know, that we might want to be looking at, and I guess sort of to, you know, would there be more of a blanket allowance, for some, you know, some variance type things to allow people to operate. I don't know that we've heard from any of the other county restaurants at this point, but, you know, with the Woody Creek Tavern, you know, basically it raised some questions about their approval specifically limits their seating to the indoor area and the patio. So they would be needing us to basically temporarily amend their approval to allow them to occupy a broader area for seating, which would be that pool room next door and maybe some more patio area. The issue for them is then that they're waiting, you know, to have people waiting, they would need to push that basically across the street. So we start to talk about, you know, right-of-way issues. We talked about, you know, she's like, there are a lot of bikers who come. We don't want them to walk into the restaurant to use the bathrooms. We'll be able to maintain, you know, distancing, but we, you know, would we want to provide any sort of services for other people? You know, the people who just show up and aren't necessarily eating at the tavern. So there's some kind of questions there. I think the liquor licensing, you know, the state has issued information on how to temporarily expand their service area. But I guess for us, it was just sort of more of a question of, you know, how do we pull all these pieces together to get all of the players, you know, to try and help move things forward. You know, so I basically asked her to send me, it sounds like they've already been thinking about how they'll meet the health requirements and create a plan for the restaurant. I asked her to send that to me and that I would sort of help walk her through the various other entities in the county that we need to talk to, including Jeanette for liquor licensing and GR for the right-of-way. And, you know, I don't know if we need to talk to Open Space and Trails about the issues of, you know, bathroom facilities along the trail, if people can't use the tavern bathroom. So again, it was kind of gets very detailed more about the tavern in that case, but I think we were thinking we could, you know, try and at least do the hand holding to walk them through all of those different pieces. And I guess the other piece, I guess, there is the piece that I'm not familiar with at this point is what restrictions there will be from the Board of Health. And, you know, they already know they will not be able to have the same capacity they have today, even if they spread out tables. You know, she confirmed that for me today. It's not even that they could be at 100% capacity by moving tables into these additional areas. It's, you know, they'll just be basically doing as much as they can to fit with the distancing requirements. So again, that's sort of the more specifics for the tavern.
So Steve, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm supportive of looking at this. I think we need to. The city of Aspen is being very creative in what they're doing, and I think, you know, for the Woody Creek Tavern, we need to be looking into this. The other question I have is, are there, other than Open Space and Trails, the restrooms that they have along the trail, is there any other opportunity next door? Do they have restrooms at the old community store or the pool hall, or the other thing would be that we ask them to provide at least one handicap accessible with washing, you know, with a hand washing opportunity out, portable potty or portable toilet, whatever we're calling them, there at the, across on the easement where parking is now. Those are my comments.
I guess, Patty, just to add on the bathroom issue, I mean, I think, you know, they feel like they can serve their customers. And in the past, I think they were willing to let people walk into the restaurant to use the bathroom. They're not going to be able to do that anymore. So that was kind of the, again, I'm not sure if the burden falls on them to help, help these people, or if there's a way that we, we, the county, or, can somehow participate in that.
Well, we also don't necessarily want the people that are waiting across the street to cross the street, go and use the restroom, cross the street back to sit on the other side of the street to wait. So there may be a mixed bag there that we might be able to help out with. So we don't have that flow of traffic going in and out of the TAV, be they bike riders or customers that have to cross the street. That's another concern I have for putting the waiting area across the street, is the public safety there of crossing the road. But thanks, Suzanne.
So Suzanne, when we discussed this last week, I believe it was, our feeling was that we wanted to make more of a blanket approval for any restaurant in the unincorporated Pitkin County would be eligible to do something like the Woody Creek Tavern is asking for, to expand outdoors. Each one would have special circumstances depending on their location and what they have available for space outside. So I think in each case, I mean, I'm totally in favor of having the blanket approval and then the specifics of each case, and maybe that Woody Creek Tavern's the only one that would come to us, but then we have to work out the specifics that are unique to the Woody Creek Tavern. And one of those would be, I think, having some porta potties outside for the bicyclers who come and who are not using the tavern. They need to have some sort of a facility to use. We don't want them just going out in the bushes along the side of the road there somewhere. But I think this is the kind of thing that we definitely need to do to help. If we only help one business by doing this, but I can see that there could be businesses in Redstone that would want to do something. So whatever we can do to accommodate them and stay within the practical rules that we have to go by, and then also make sure they have their whole management plan so that it fits within our guidelines for the restaurants is, of course, critically important part of it. So other commissioners, do you have comments on this?
Steve, if I could just add, there is an emergency regulation in process right now that would allow for temporary modification of local and state licensing authorities. So that would come back to us to allow for temporary outdoor seating areas where the liquor license would extend to. We've got to still figure out what that process looks like. I think similar to what Cindy's talking about, we don't know if it needs to go back through like a liquor license hearing for everyone, which would really slow the process down, or if it might be an approval that Jeanette could do. So that's going to be a conversation once we have more clarity from the state. You guys will have to have on process.
Kelly?
Yeah, I have some thoughts, but I do have a question, because I thought there was a consideration about the additional floor area that they wanted to use that maybe ran into conflict with some of our zoning regulations. So I just want to get some input on that.
It's a non-conforming property, and I mean, there is a specific approval that limits the number of indoor seats they can have and the number of outdoor seats they can have. Again, in the end, they're occupying more space, but accommodating less seats. So again, we would be having to do at least a temporary amendment to their approval to allow them, again, to occupy a broader space. I don't think it's right. There's a floor area issue if they were creating more, trying to build more indoor space. I don't think, we're not worried about that at this point, but it's definitely acknowledging that they would be operating, serving people in an expanded area.
Yeah. I mean, I'm supportive of it. I don't know how we get around this sort of site to site specific issues that are going to come up with each of these. I would sort of suggest that we just provide some guidance that, if they want to propose a plan whereby they have, one person per 36 square feet or whatever it is to maintain that social distancing and their expansion and, a appropriate use of the right of way, that we come up with a quick process to provide these temporary approvals from now, I'd say through mid-October, including an extension of their liquor license, if that helps, just to facilitate that there's a streamlined way to deal with these if there's more than one, with just the expectation of criteria that they would have to address. With regards to Woody Creek, I wouldn't put the porta potty question on the Woody Creek Tavern. I would sort of absorb that and to our purview and have a conversation with Open Space on whether we think that's a facility that needs to be provided, which Woody Creek has been doing out of their own graciousness over time for recreation users. So that's my feeling on that.
Go ahead, Cindy. You're muted.
We can hear
Can
you
you hear
now.
me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We have a list of criteria, I think, that are going to hit the broad spectrum, and we could probably set up some sort of a temporary emergency ordinance. We'll work with John Ely, however he thinks that would best, come about for the board. But to look at everything the same way, the wild card is kind of compliance with previous approvals, and each restaurant is going to have its own specifics, like you were mentioning, square footage versus some others may have, hours of operation or physical barriers or things from neighborhoods. We're just going to have to look at those individually. But I guess my question for you would be, how streamlined would you like this to be? Do you want it to come back to the board, or should we handle it internally with staff once it's approved through John Ely and everything we need to do?
George?
Yeah, I think you'd like to make it as streamlined as possible, but because each request may require some different discussions. So was Woody Creek, or I could think of some examples up in Redstone, for example, that actually may even involve the neighbors or the caucus or the Redstone Business Council. So we want to try to expedite this, but we have to be cognizant of any community impacts as well. So I think I'd rather see come back to us, at least with a recommendation from you, Cindy, and your staff.
Okay, don't see more comments coming. Okay, Greg, go ahead.
Just briefly, I certainly want to, I'll echo George and encourage us to help people expediently get this sorted out. And I appreciate all the hard work you're doing. I keep thinking, necessity in times like this is the mother of inspiration and imagination and innovation. And we're going to be seeing some innovative solutions that might actually help us move on to the next phase of how we do things. And so I certainly support trying to help these people as quickly as we can, and thank you for understanding and reviewing all the little fine details that I would miss. So thank you.
Okay, so I think we have general approval that nobody has expressed negative thoughts or direction to this. So I think, Cindy, proceed with as much haste as you can with following the guidelines we've talked about. And of course, they can't open anyhow until allow restaurants to open, so that gives us a tiny bit of time to be working on this before there would actually be an opening date.
So, John Peacock, I will work with you and John Ely and pull Suzanne into this, I'm sure, and we'll try to get back before you at your next work session with a draft.
Cindy, you can use your time we just took away from you for next Tuesday, just so you know.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't sure you took that away. So let me ask you about that.
I already wrote Charlotte and filled it in with something.
Hey, never, always leave her time there.
Did you guys want me to come back in a work session or just have a memo on the air quality information that we could put up on a website?
Yeah.
How would you? Okay, just put information on the website.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Okay. And then one more question. I wasn't really sure, Greg, I know you had sent an email earlier and all about creative ideas, and typically I love to be creative, but we are also a review authority. And so when things come across, we review them based on the, land use code and general public good. So wondering what role you wanted us to play in that when you mentioned, the creative ideas. Is that something you were bringing back to the board in general, or you were just something exactly?
I understand. Thank you for clarifying that. I think that really what I want to make sure is that if somebody from the community is reaching out with something that we hear them, and that if you're collecting those ideas, assuming they're coming to you in the way of permit apps or just general questions, you can share those with us at some point. Because, we're hearing, you probably hear it too if you go on social media elsewhere, ideas about opening things up, and the drive-in movies, of course, is something that I've been following for a while. It'd be great to get an update on what it would take to make it happen. Where is it going? Is it possible? Because those are the questions that I'm getting.
Yeah, I've gotten several of those, and just like with the Woody Creek Tavern, we're going to do a little more research. We've got some questions for the experts in the areas of who's leasing what area and who's on first with getting things rolling, but we'll definitely come back before you.
Okay, thanks, Cindy. Thanks, Suzanne. John, do you have more open discussion?
I'm having a memory moment here, because I thought Lisa had already talked to you guys about the joint meeting with Healthy Rivers and Streams, which was on the agenda. But I guess I should do a check-in with you.
Well, Lisa didn't talk to us that I recall, unless I'm having a good moment.
It was a while ago.
I think it's on me.
No, she did talk to us, but it was quite some time ago, I think, when we were talking with her about other issues. So, so you guys aren't totally losing your mind. We just forgot what she talked to us about. Kelly's going, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, no, we did talk. I guess I would have expected to maybe see a draft agenda for next week's meeting. I don't know if that has been sent to you, John, just to give us a heads up.
I have not seen one, but let me just make sure that Lisa didn't.
I don't think she's.
Because ordinarily we would go over our draft agenda before.
I'm sorry, guys. I do not have one to discuss with you.
Well, Steve, I think if anything, we were going to talk about Kelly's thought about having a broader discussion about water and bringing in healthy rivers and streams into that as a, so it's not just piecemeal what all these different water organizations are doing. I think that was one, and I think some of the issues too were ideas that healthy rivers and streams might have as far as educational opportunities or something that they haven't really been doing a lot of in the past and things they may want to be looking at in the future, so we can kind of pick their brains to see what creativity they have, innovation, and what else did you use, Greg? All those good words?
Inspiration.
Yeah, to see about moving them forward in the future.
Great. Cooperation between Healthy Rivers and the other entities doing water work, whether it's open space and property issues where we all have an interest. Was that part of it?
Yeah, I believe
Thanks.
so.
So I will reach out to Lisa, and I think we'll have to distribute by email. I'm sorry.
Hey guys, it's Lisa. I am on.
Oh, Lisa's on. I'm sorry, Lisa. I didn't see you.
That's okay. I'm on the phone. I can't connect. So Charlotte sent me the link, so I hopped on. We did talk back on April 21st when we were trying to decide, we ended up canceling the earlier May meeting. And I do have a list of topics that the commissioners, and I got input from the River Board on some topics as well to discuss. I can go through those real quick if you like. John and Laura are actually working on a lot of the items that the commissioners asked for updates on. Do you want me to run through those quick?
Please go through the list, Lisa.
All right. So we talked about strategically working with grants and proactively spending dollars instead of waiting for folks to come to us to apply for grants. We talked about collaboration with Open Space and the water rights and projects that they're doing, and a water rights project that Laura and John are working on. I think, Steve, you wanted some basin implementation plans for the roundtable, or maybe that was Kelly. And current projects report and what's happening out at the Whitewater Park, Robinson Ditch. Upcoming projects, North Star and Phillips. And so I've talked with Phillips, and I've talked to Phyllis about that a little bit. And I think Steve maybe wanted a State of the River report, what's happening on the Roaring Fork, the Colorado River, and Lake Powell. We talked about maybe having April come in, but I think she attended your May 5th meeting to do an update on Ruwapa, so I don't know if you are still interested in something like that. And then you wanted some more legal issue updates from John Ely. The one thing that the River Board is interested, I think, is, the sales tax related to COVID and budget, concerns. Connie is attending our River Board meeting on Thursday, so she will update us, on how the fund is looking and everything like that on Thursday. So if there's something else, I can add that to the list.
George.
Yeah, I just wonder, is this like a full day retreat?
Well, those are just. I think it's just a 2-hour meeting, but those are the topics that I took from the commissioners on April 21st.
Right. I mean, there's a lot in there. Obviously, a lot of meat in there, and some of it I think is. I guess I don't want to be sitting for 2 hours and just sort of being lectured at. I want to have more of a discussion with the Healthy Rivers and Stream on some of the key topics that may be important for us and for them, versus trying to figure out what's going on with all these other organizations in a 2-hour meeting. That would be my comment.
I wasn't suggesting doing it at the meeting. I was asking them if they wanted to attend the meeting.
So Kelly, since you serve on the QQ board and go to River District meetings, not River District, roundtable meetings, do you have any topics that are fresh ones that we might not be aware of that you think would be good ones to bring up?
No, I think Lisa's list is comprehensive. my preference would be to have the conversation about how we collaborate with Open Space and Trails, as well as their input on Phillips would be helpful. And then I would like to hear their thoughts on just how they're strategically viewing the fund, you know, and whether they're looking at aligning the grant funding with, you know, the Roaring Fork Watershed Plan, the Basin Implementation Plan, all of these things that we know exist, and just aligning the resources to get some of that done. So those sort of really two things, but 3 topics I would personally prioritize. And I think they would foster a lot of conversation.
One thing I can think of is with 2 new board members on there, having a discussion with them about thoughts they have for ideas and how their progress is on I think Chuck doesn't need education on water issues. He's well versed in that. But just finding out, you know, kind of a check-in where they are, how they're feeling about their knowledge about the water issues we're facing here and ideas they might have. Okay, any other ideas from the board? I think there's plenty of topics there to fill up a whole 2 hours. And Greg?
Just say that I'd be comfortable, if it needs to be brief or briefer, I'd be comfortable with it. I think mostly it's about just looking for the synergies that may exist between the various, you know, groups that are, you know, varyingly disparate from each other and connected in some ways. But a briefing is good. I think just an update, it'll help us, and it might spur future conversations. But, you know, if we don't have time to do a full 2 hours, I get it. But I think it's a valuable conversation.
Greg, on what groups? I missed that. What were you?
Well, I can't give you the full list, but I always try to think, you know,
like
how's Healthy Rivers doing with open space, for instance, as the first obvious one.
Okay.
But then also, you know, there are other entities out there. What's the, you know, the I'm blanking everything else, you know, between Rowapa and Roaring Fork Conservancy, and
sure,
you know, are
right,
there,
right.
you know,
some of the local.
So maybe a brief from you would be, you know, good enough.
Great.
But I want to make sure Kelly's issues are heard and everyone else's.
Well, we'll be prepared for all of it and get to what we can, I guess. Anything else for me?
I don't think so, Lisa. Thank you very much for joining us.
You bet. You bet. You guys have a good rest of the day.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Okay, John, any other open discussion items?
You know, I want to be conscious. I know you guys have your board reports to do, and I have a joint meeting coming up also. So I think we can hold. We were going to talk a little bit about the ABC, but we can hold on that till next week.
Yeah, we haven't met with the city yet.
Okay, and looking at the time, we actually only have 6 minutes before we're scheduled for a break, a 15-minute break before we meet with the P&Z. And I think probably all of us would like to have as much of that 15 minutes as we can. So what I'm thinking on the board reports, if somebody has something that is brand new information that has happened in a group that you are participating in, that's of importance to all of us right now, that you could bring it up. Otherwise, more mundane things we could hold for a future work session.
Steve, I'd
Greg gave
recommend a
thumbs
20-minute
up.
break.
Or we could do a 20-minute break and just forego that. You know, we can always bring up board report items from pertinent at any work session during open discussion. If there's something happening in one of the group that you're representing.
Really quick.
You could bring it up, yeah. So Kelly.
All right, since we've talked about this, I'll be really quick. Probably no surprise. I mean, the headline could read, Pitkin County priorities tanked by state budget. But I'll be gracious to our legislators who I know are struggling with a $3 billion shortage. But just to let you guys know, some things we've talked about today. You know, we've been advocating to get the federal CARES money passed through from the state down to local governments for our COVID response. And last night, the governor and the JBC put out a press release on how they've agreed to do that. So there's a lot of pieces in it. We had been asking for a 55-45% split of the $1.7 billion that went to the state. So we would get 55 and the state would keep 45. That did not happen. The state has decided that $275 million would instead get directly allocated to local governments. I'm unclear right now how that will be distributed, under what formula. The rest of the $1.7 billion, they are putting in different pots to cover for school districts, child welfare services. Some of it will come to local public health agencies for COVID response. So there are different pots where we could get allocations of money through those pots to Pitkin County. So I just wanted to update the board on that. We additionally had been advocating for TANF state reserve appropriation, and we heard about that from Nan today. There's been a recommendation through the Works Allocation Committee that $45 million of TANF reserve be appropriated for next year's budget. There was additionally a request that this year's budget access TANF reserve. Given the budget shortfall, they are accessing the TANF reserve, but not to address the increased demand as a result of COVID. What the JBC has decided to do is to request $11 million of the TANF reserve to cover the state's allocation for this year to help with the budget shortfall. So there's not an increase for our increased need. You did hear from Nan that she was successful in being able to purchase $300,000 from other counties, which we didn't think we'd be able to do when we started the process to make this request. So we're not winning on that front necessarily at the state level. And then finally, you know, a big win from two more things. So we had advocated for new housing money. So identified the unclaimed property fund to pay $30 million for each of 3 years out of the unclaimed property fund to affordable housing. The JBC is going to take that $30 million for 2020 and use it for the budget shortfall. What they've agreed to also do, however, is to push the clock back on starting that 3-year period. So the legislation said we had 3 years to use $30 million each year from that fund. We'll still have 3 years to use it, but I think it starts in 2022. And then finally, reinsurance, which we also were big advocates for. It looks like they were not going to fund the second year of that reinsurance program, which really helped bring down our local insurance rates on the individual market. And they're going to use that money to cover the budget shortfall as well. So no happy news there.
Thank you for sharing that opinions with us.
Now I know we all need a break, but since we talked about those things, I wanted you all to have my latest and greatest. And the legislature reconvenes May 26th, so there will be more legislative updates in the future.
So Kelly, thanks for the briefing on that. I read through their thing and they were speaking a different language. I didn't understand where the money was going very well, and you explained it better. Thank you.
It's called COVID. It's a new dialect.
Okay.
Can we take a break now?
Let's take a break now, and at 4:30 we're scheduled to meet with P&Z, and Kelly's going to chair the P&Z meeting from the room there, which she'll be able to do it effectively with a whole bunch of people there on the meeting.
Thanks,
so we'll
Steve.
see you all soon.
Thank you. Thanks, Grassroots. We'll be back at 4:30.
Do we know how many P&Z members? Because they usually show up. So we'll have to figure this.
All have to leave.
We'll have to figure out this
What?
space because we usually get.
Yeah, we are at a 10. We're at a 10 group max. So as long as
You got your classes today? Why is Mom hearing this and I'm not? Oh, whoops.
Do you like this background?
That's so advanced.
I just wasn't sure. Yeah, I'm so excited that I've learned how to do it. I've had Zach and Tammy help me learn how to do it. Pretty tired myself. What do you think, Ellen?
Yeah, I don't think any staff, other than Zach, from ComDev will be there. Yeah, correct. Lefty will be there at 6.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. It is Tuesday, May 19th. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners work session. We are moving into our joint meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry. I'm the vice chair. I am going to chair the meeting from the room today. Also in the room with me is Patty Clapper, one of our county commissioners, and our three other commissioners are joining us from home: Steve Child, George Newman, and Greg Poshman. And I'd like to invite Jeffrey Woodruff, who's the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission, to introduce himself and his board.
Excellent. Thanks, Kelly. Jeffrey Woodruff with Planning and Zoning in the room. We also have Jasmine Tiger. Monty should be joining us. It looks like on Zoom we have Chelsea Clark, and I can also see Joe Kraybacher. And then there might be a few other people on the line as well. Thank you,
Okay,
Kelly.
great, thank you. Well, welcome everybody. It's a pleasure to have everybody here today. I'm going to turn it over to Cindy Hubin, the Community Development Director, to kick off our conversation today. Cindy, you're muted. You're good now, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I think someone else has mute control as well. So, thank you so much, and we're excited to be here today. Zach and Ellen and I have done a lot of work getting ready for today and for the background information that is now available, and we'll get into that in a minute. But the Board of County Commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Commission over the last several years has given us a lot of information about their thoughts and feelings about growth management and how that's working in our community today, in the context of the community today. And specifically, the board in your retreat, you wanted us to start looking at the land use code in general relative to climate action and how that works in our community and what that means for our identity as a community and continuing our work. So with that in mind, I'm not going to go through a big history of our growth management process that started in 1978, nor will I talk about all the recent meetings we've had on growth management, but I think I'll jump right into what has been a lot of fun to put together, and it's in your packet, and Zach's going to help me with this. We're calling this chart the anatomy of growth management. And I hope you enjoy this chart as much as I do. It talks, number one, when you look at it, I think you see the complexity of what goes into the thinking in the land use code for growth management. And for us, the land use code really starts with the concepts put together by the comprehensive plan. And I see the little hand cursor. Maybe Zach can show us where I'm talking about it on the chart, on the right-hand side of the chart. We take what we get from our land use master plan. The Aspen Area Community Plan is a primary one, all of our caucus master plans, and also if you will, the overarching guidance that the Climate Action Plan gives us into our Pitkin County Comprehensive Plan. That informs how the land use code provisions and regulations get designed, if you will. Also underneath that, our foundation for the Pitkin County Code is our underlying zoning and how that works. And that's based on the vision or the comprehensive plans that we have. But zoning, as you all know, really serves the purpose of helping us site development, talk about what uses are allowed where, what the densities of that and intensities of that development will be, and the consistency with our community character through the voice of our master plans. So with that, we've set the stage for growth management. And as I said earlier, growth management started well actually even before me, the 1970s, in the late 70s it was adopted. And it really tried to, the objectives of that growth management system are to the top of the screen, to the north of our little map here, which talk about growth and pacing and the location of that growth, the pacing of that growth. That's what kind of the objectives and why we got into growth management in the first place. Back in the mid-70s, growth was rampant at 12% growth rates, and the community said, let's do something about it, and came up with the growth management provisions. The benefits obtained by growth management are at the very top of the screen, and the thinking behind the growth management system was that it basically would help us take care of community character, our rural and historical character, if you will, maintain and preserve our community, and that has taken form mainly in affordable housing by who's in the community and who can maintain a lifestyle here in the community. And then our environmental preservation and conservation efforts, which have always been sacred to this community, as well as our civic and institutional support. We have well over 200 nonprofit agencies in the community that I think we can all attest to how wonderful they've been through this COVID crisis and what they've meant to us, not only in the health and human services realm, but in our arts and culture and lifestyle. So with that, growth management speaks to all of those community benefits, or should speak to all those community benefits in terms of its founding premise. If you go back down to the circle of growth management, you'll see that from that, there is, to the right, the competition element of growth management. And in that competition, we have our residential competition, which we mainly are familiar with in Pitkin County, but we also have commercial and tourist accommodation competition. So the idea was that each of those components of the community, commercial, residential, and tourist accommodations, would all have a balance in terms of their growth, their pacing, and their locational zoning. If you go to the left, through the years, the community has created exemptions from growth management. Growth management was meant to be a fairly rigorous competition, and only the best of projects would meet thresholds and would be able to win approval and actually land on the ground, if you will, through building permits. But through the years, through the different goals and aspirations of the community, various exemptions have been created. And just one that I think everybody knows really well is the Transferable Development Rights Program. That was created over 20 years ago as an additional way to preserve our backcountry or our rural and remote areas, the areas between our more suburbanized areas or low-density areas and the national forests or wilderness. And through that provision, we created an out, if you will, for growth management. We've also created various land use conservation measures, such as conservation development, low impact residential development, or the conservation development, planned unit development type approach, as well as if you wanted to preserve 500-acre subdivision blocks, you would be exempt from growth management. And then TDR is not only being used for square footage, but also for development rights, and that is seen only within the urban growth boundary area in terms of our density goals, not creating, not using TDRs in the rural area for more density, only in the urban areas. Another exemption that is the foundation, if you will, of growth management, is that of anything that was created June 12th of 1978, any parcel is allowed to be built on without a growth management allocation. And I'd say the biggest exemption, if you will, in growth management is our 5,750 square feet provision for the land use code. And these each have their own sort of aspirations, if you will, of moving development to the appropriate areas and moving, once again, making sure that we locate the right uses in the right area. So taking a look at those areas as our foundation, and if you can kind of picture that's how this all works and how the land use code, the anatomy of growth management, if you will, what then needs to be updated? And Zach, you might point out down below, we've created this little, area where what is it that we think we really need to look at again, given the world today? And growth management has been updated through the years, but I think it's obvious to look at it again. So we're looking at, what controls do we have over the pacing of growth today? The competition has been most recently a huge discussion. Community objectives, as you'll see in our next part of our presentation, will also really come to light, as well as how does redevelopment now play into the whole scheme of growth management. For the longest time, new development was the name of the game, but now redevelopment, giving a lot of our older housing residential stock, we're seeing about at least 50% of our building permit requests being redevelopment versus new development. So that's beginning to play a larger factor in our overall growth management sphere. So with that in mind, we hope that this chart speaks to at least some of you who are the more visual people in the field here, and can help us kind of lay the blueprint for how we want to look at potentially making modifications to the growth management system. So with that in mind, I'm going to pause and ask Ellen or Zach if there's anything critical that I've forgotten, or ask anyone, the commissioners or the P&Z, if there's anything that I've said that you'd like me to clarify, or any other points.
Okay. All right, let's check in with staff first, please. Ellen or Zach, anything else to add?
I think Cindy got it. She covered it. I have nothing to add.
Okay. And then I will go ahead and check in with our board first, and then P&Z. I do note that there are some folks who are our panelists in this meeting who are just listed as P&Z member. I'm not sure who that ascribes to. So when we call on you to speak, please say your name so we can get that changed. And then I'll also note that there's a function that allows you to raise your hand at the bottom. If you click on the participants icon, it will open a little window that at the bottom says raise hand, and you can go ahead and use that function throughout this meeting, just to help identify who would like to provide input. So I'm going to go to our board members at home first and see if they have any input. I think we may have lost George. Let me check in.
You don't see me?
Oh, there you go. Yes, George, go ahead,
Got his
please.
pin waving.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Cindy, for the quick history background. Of course, Cindy gave us a much more in-depth background at our retreat. And when I think about our retreat, when we started this discussion about looking at opportunities to address growth, Richard Shaw, many of you know from Design Workshop, he was one of our panel presenters. And working around the country as Design Workshop does, and Richard in particular, he noticed and commented on that many communities now are viewing land use codes a little bit differently than in the past. In the past, land use codes have been focusing on density, and now they're looking at focusing on intensity. And I think that was a pretty interesting concept, especially in light of us utilizing our climate action plan as a lens as we move forward. So from density to intensity, I think that's an important concept as we move forward. And I just want to acknowledge and thank the P&Z for all the work you've done recently in terms of just starting this process, looking at the GMQS, some of the little changes we've done to lead us down this road, this pathway. And I know there's a lot more work to be done on the GMQS, as well as TDRs and house sizes. The last comment I'll make is, as Cindy talked about, sort of the path that the county has taken over the last 50 years. In the 1970s, of course, the major change in the land use code was with downzoning, and that created a lot of controversy. But we have to reflect back then and where we are today, whether it was successful or not. And certainly with some of these other programs, I think was very successful, including the new rural remote zoning that was instituted years later. So I would just throw another thought out that as we did, as those visionaries in the early 70s looked at downzoning, I think it's an opportunity for us now to look at downsizing.
Great, thank you, George, appreciate that. And Steve Child, I saw your hand go up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. During the past couple of years, when we would get a GMQS scoring thing from the P&Z, there was a lot of frustration by different members of the board on how the scoring took place. We felt like, number one, there wasn't really sometimes any competition for the square footage. Oftentimes, development would just barely meet the threshold, but it would almost be like someone was trying to stretch the rules a little bit just to get them one more point in order to meet the threshold so they could get the square footage. Or there were criteria in there that sometimes would lead to sometimes a more suburban or urban type of development in a rural area, for instance. Oftentimes there were really good things from the scoring system. There have been a lot of different good amenities that have been gained by the community, like open space, fishing easements or trail easements once in a while, reduction in size. But still there's been this frustration on the Board of Commissioners about feeling like the scoring system was broken and needed to be revised. I think there's also been some frustration that with the TDR program, that oftentimes the development would go through the GMQS scoring system because it's such an easy thing. They could get through that fairly easily without too much, giving up too much, because it was really didn't have the competition. So then they were not using the TDR program. The TDR program was sort of languishing sometimes because everybody was using the GMQS system as a way to get around using TDRs. So those are just a couple of the frustrations that we've had, or that I've seen since I've been on the board. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Steve. And Greg, did you have any initial thoughts to offer?
I only wanted to express my gratitude to the P&Z for doing the hard work on this and being here today. Really thank you, appreciate your presence and welcoming the conversation. And to Zach and Cindy and Ellen for putting together this incredible graphic. I love it, and they did it for me, I'm sure of that. So thank you. It's really helpful.
Great. Okay, and I'll go to Patty.
No, I'm good right now. This is a great beginning of a great conversation.
Yeah, great. And I will, before I move on to P&Z, I'll just offer that, an additional sort of data point, I guess, for us to look to is the county does a biannual community survey. And we heard in that survey last year that people continue to reaffirm their desire for the county to protect our rural areas, to look at house size, also to prioritize housing is an issue. And so these are things that we've customarily worked on in the county, but that we're giving additional, or have been given additional impetus to continue to look at. And, I know P&Z heard the same data from Cindy that the BOCC was presented at our retreat. And so they heard that, as far as new square footage, those kind of things, some of that is still happening, but the intensity of use, like George talked about, is really a concept for us to, fully dive into and look at from every angle. We're all feeling it in a normal year, and even now we feel an intensity of use on our trails, in our, environs that we work so hard to protect, in just the increases in our population that come to visit here. And so when we think about growth, it's not just bricks and mortar anymore. And I think that's, again, an important concept to keep in mind as our conversations evolve. So let me go ahead and I will check in with P&Z members at home. And let's see, I can't always see everybody on one screen, but Joe or Zach, if you want to give me a wave, do you have any comments to offer right now? Nope. Zach, Joe, would you like to go ahead? Maybe unmute. Can you see Joe right there in the middle? Yeah.
He's talking.
Joe, we can't hear you. Let us try and figure out if we can unmute you.
He's just under Joe.
He doesn't have an audio source at the moment.
Okay.
Unless he's this 970 number.
Joe, we're going to have to, I think, troubleshoot your audio setup because we're not hearing you. Zach, do you have anything to offer?
Yeah, just glad to be here and hope we can try to fix this. About it.
Okay, appreciate that. And then also, I just want to check in because we do have folks who are listed just as P&Z member. So I don't know if Cliff has joined us on the line at all. Who else might we be missing? James? Or Monty?
Hey guys, this is Chelsea Clark. I think
I'm Chelsea. Yeah, hi there.
Hi. I renamed myself too, so I don't think I'm called P&Z member anymore.
Great.
Anyway,
thank you.
Sure. I'm also glad to be here. It's great to have this dialogue with the county commissioners, and I think that in our experience as a P&Z board, we've mostly had questions about revisions to the scoring in order to affect some of the boxes on this lovely visual table, which I agree is helpful. So I plan on trying to add value to the conversation in order to make meaningful changes to the scoring system, which I think will translate into better overall effect and outcome. So thanks everyone. That's it.
Okay, and let me go ahead to our members here in the room. Jasmine, anything to offer, or Jeffrey?
Thank you again for for this opportunity. I want to say this is actually, for me, this is the update to when we met in the Dunaway room about 2 years ago, which was with August Hawes and Gabe Preston, where we talked about home size. And then somewhere we got derailed. So from a public standpoint, we started the conversation in the Dunaway room, Gabe Preston, August Hawes, talking about arithmetic increase in home size versus exponential use and exponential growth in energy. And that was sort of the August Hawes presentation. And since then, I know you passed a lot of stuff on, was it Climate Action Day on 2 weeks ago? That you passed the updates to the Energy Code, you've updates to Brian's work, IECC amendments. So we've made a lot of progress, but we really haven't touched home size. And I hope as a group we don't sort of fall down the rabbit hole of overemphasizing our frustration with GMQS. We'll fix it. Again, everyone that we pass and we marginally score or we give the dissenting vote to, it's been painful to see cabins appear on Lucian Lake. And, at the end of the day, we're bound by land use code. So we're voting saying, yes, it's met, but the criteria and the bar is too low and we have a game system. And I hope today is not about a GMQS. And I do applaud the board's, P&Z was not successful, I guess, in quickly grappling with the employee impact fee. And thank you to the county commissioners for properly addressing that aspect, which I don't know if it's on the 8.5 by 11, but it is part of this overall discussion. And I think the levers we have are both the employee impact fee as well as REMP when we do overconsume and we do build large homes. And I'd rather move the conversation in that direction than sort of over talking GMQS today. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. All right, let me turn it back over to staff to go ahead and lead us through the rest of the presentation.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me? For those, yes, I assume. For those of you who, I guess I jumped in too soon. Zach is gonna give us an introduction to this amazing webpage that he created, and then I'll jump in.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know me, my name is Zach Hendricks. It's just for the public. Before we start in on the matrix, at the top of the matrix, which I will share after this, there is a web link. This webpage is going to be the source of all of our information for the ongoing GMQS public outreach process, as well as a database for any information for all of you. And it really is broken down with just a rough introduction. You can see we have our meeting dates. We'll have our webinar login information for all of the Zoom for the public to join on, and any relevant information as well. And then we've broken it down into these separate buttons for each of the matrix tabs, which we'll be getting into later. So we have TDRs with relevant information, community benefits. Under this growth in square footage, you'll find a lot of really good data, not only about the growth overall for the last, since 1970, but also a really dialed down look in since 2010. So we have that here, some basic information on those core infrastructure analysis that Gabe did, as well as some population trends. The climate change, this includes our inventories, as well as some relevant information from the Aspen Global Change Institute on what they saw, as well as a guide that the EPA put on for some ways to address land use code to look at it from a climate lens. And then going into the future, we'll be updating it with meeting notes as well. So this is just a really good database for you to go to if you have any curiosity about more in-depth granular details for any of the things that we discussed here today. And then after that, we'll go into the matrix. And if you can't find it from the link, it is a tab from the long-range planning page, which is in the planning and zoning website for the county.
Okay.
Great.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Sure, Patty has a question for you, Zach.
Zach, when we do the Zoom meetings, we've been having some kind of access issues, and plus not all people can access meetings by Zoom. Can we also have a phone-in opportunity?
Yeah, so we'll probably go into this a little bit more at the end of this meeting when we're going to discuss the public outreach process. The idea is going to be that hopefully we'll be allowed to have in-person meetings, but for those who don't feel comfortable putting themselves in a room with other people, we're hoping to give the option of Zoom. So we'll have in-person Zoom, and I'll make sure to put a call-in in there as well. So we're just trying to make sure we cover all of our bases to be as inclusive as possible.
Great, thank you.
Okay, then Kelly, if you're ready for me, I'll jump in.
Yeah, please go ahead, Ellen.
Okay, thanks. So for those who may be listening, there was a call-in number for this work session, so we may have listening in from the general public. I'm Ellen Sassano. I'm the long-range planner for Pitkin County. And so, yeah, I'm going to jump to this table that was in your packet. As several of you have already mentioned, community objectives on the topic of growth management change over the years. Several of those objectives have not changed. But the purpose of this table is to identify and update the growth management related topics to make sure that before we go out to the public in a public outreach effort that we hope to launch in late spring, that we have those topics relating to growth management and specifically community objectives and topics around growth management that we've identified them accurately based on the recent conversations we've had with the Planning Commission in work sessions, and also based on the feedback that we got from the Board of County Commissioners in their retreat. And so the objective today is just to not walk through every topic here unless you would like us to, but to get feedback from both the elected and appointed officials, assuming you've had a chance to look at this table, as to whether the topics we've identified are on point before we go out to the public to get feedback in that realm. And so are they on point? Did we miss anything? And once we get that direction from you, we'll make some adjustments as necessary and take this as a starting point forward to get some feedback from the general public. And the way this table is laid out is if you scroll back up to the top, I think it's pretty straightforward, but the topic, the growth management related topic or issue or community objective is listed in the left-hand column. And then we have the Board of County Commissioners feedback that we've gotten to date. We don't pretend that this is comprehensive, but it's based on what we've heard so far. And Planning and Zoning Commission feedback is to date is listed in the third column. And then while the staff observations are not really the focus tonight, we have added some staff observations just based on their experience in processing growth management applications over the years and some of the issues that exist and potential shortcomings to address. So that's how the table is laid out. If this looks similar to something you've seen in the past, it is. We used a similar table when we were working on our renewable energy land use code amendments. Found it really helpful to have a table like this so that we could establish basic issues and continue to come back to those topic issues, look at the feedback we got as we develop alternatives and potential modifications to how we're dealing with them today in the land use code. So you've seen this type of table before. It was really helpful in our public outreach effort last go round, and we anticipate using it in the same way as we move forward. And we'll also come back to you in the end with alternatives and have the ability to look back at this table to see if we've addressed what was identified initially. So I'll stop talking there and look forward to your input as to whether we based on some of the conversation that we've had already tonight, I know that we did hit on some of the topics that have been identified, but we want to hear from you. And then at the end, we'll come back around and talk about the public outreach efforts that we envision. Again, just check in for direction from you on that piece. So questions, happy to answer any questions. Cindy and Zach and I will probably all chime in depending on what your question is or your comment, direction.
All right, I'm going to go through this pretty methodically to try and get everybody's opportunity, because I'm afraid we may have missed some people on the first go around. And I would just say that I encourage everyone to just, again, repeat your name for the whole group. And then if there's a particular part of this chart that you would like to go to highlight, feel free to bring that up as well. And so I will start with the BOCC members at home, and then go to the BOCC members in the room, and then we'll do the same for planning and zoning.
Can I just
partners.
ask a question? Did you see the notes there that some people can't get access? Like Monty just...
Yeah, we're having
Okay,
a little
we're working
technical
on that.
difficulties
Joe?
trying to make sure everybody gets unmuted and that we rename all the folks. So I am going to try give this enough time for everybody to be able to offer their input, because I think this is the meat of the conversation. So any of our commissioners at home have some thoughts you want to share on this chart? Steve, go ahead, please.
One thing that I see possibly missing from it, and this is partly based on discussions I have with John McBride, who I talk to him all the time. He's a near neighbor of mine. And that has to do with second homes. Now, what he would like to do, and I'm sure he will let us know this when we get into the public meeting part of all this, is that we should have a limit on the number or the percentage of second homes that are allowed, as they do in some European countries. I'm not going to be so extreme as that, but just to put the issue of second homes on the table to be thought about and discussed. So one of the issues is when they sit empty a long time, these homes are running all the time. They're operating, they're using energy to just sit there empty. And that's something that I think we should be addressing. The second issue could be that the second homes that are sitting there could be being used when the owners aren't there for caretaker dwelling units in an apartment in the building, or somehow being used for rental housing for part of the year to house local people. So those are just two of the issues. There's also the issue of the amount of people who are required to take care of these homes when the owners aren't there taking care of them. But there's the whole long line of gardeners, landscapers, pool and spa maintenance people, the housekeepers, you go on and on. The people who are driving to these empty homes to take care of them is an issue in generation of traffic. So I'd like to just put that out there. I think it should be on the chart for discussion during our public sessions. That's all for now.
Thanks, Steve. George or Greg?
Kelly, I'm just going to sit back and listen for right now, but I'll take my opportunity later. I want to hear from the P&Z.
Sounds good. Greg, anything? Any comments on this chart?
Just very briefly, I appreciate what Steve has said, and I agree. I think it's a great topic. You know, when we get into things like specific things like building materials, what's the longevity of building materials? We're looking at our landfill filling up and the very high expense of repurposing and recycling and deconstructing. I do know people who are looking at building houses that are designed to last 500 years. You know, it'd be nice to get back to that and not see a house being constructed and then torn down 3 or 4 years later at the whim of the next owner or developer. So that's just one thought that occurred to me, but I'll just listen for now.
Thank you. Patty, anything?
Yeah, well, you know, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused, but I think we do need to have the bigger discussion on growth. But right now, looking at GMQS, I think a lot of that additional discussion on growth will come into when we look at how we're going to reevaluate the scoring system, the criteria for growth management. Then we can start looking at these other issues. Because for me, with the P&Z concerns when they have to score growth management, having had to do that as a member of P&Z and having had to do that once as a member of the BOCC, it's really frustrating, it's really difficult. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think the focus will be on reevaluating and rethinking GMQS and bringing in all these other issues of growth as we move along.
Okay, and I'll hold my comments for now as well. Let's go ahead and check in with planning and zoning. I think we've had more people join here, so I'm going to check in with the members at home. I don't see Monty anymore. Jim, we haven't heard from you yet. Would you like to go ahead and you know, offer your thoughts on this topic and reactions to this chart? Let's see, we're gonna unmute you. Thank you, everybody. It's a big group to deal with, so I think you scroll down to Jim Vashansi. There you go. All right, go ahead. Let's see if we can hear you now, Jim.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, not a lot to comment on here at the opening. I think this chart does a great job of setting the parameters for what we need to consider for growth management. The planning department did post this online and gave all of us on P&Z an opportunity to add our comments to each of these sections, which many of us did. And I do think that the system is long overdue for an overhaul and something that updates it to our current priorities, the current priorities of our community. And I think there are a lot of improvements that we can make. It's probably been 20 years or more since the last time there was a significant overhaul of the whole process, and I think it's long overdue. So I fully support this effort.
Great, thank you. And Monty, we haven't had the chance to hear from you, so good afternoon. We're gonna unmute you. Okay. I think you have two sources of audio on, which is making it difficult to hear. Could you turn it down on your phone, I think? Okay, let's try now.
Peter?
I'm not sure. Let's see. I don't know. I don't think you need to be on the phone if you've joined us by video. Do you want to hang up the phone? There we go.
Hung up the phone. Is that any better?
Perfect. Yes. Hopefully you can hear us too.
Yeah, I hung up the phone. We lost audio. Excuse me, the sign language.
No, we can hear you fine.
I just had no comment. I think just let me know. Okay, I'll just listen in.
Hi, Monty, we can hear you. Do you want to go ahead and talk? All right, thanks everyone for your patience. We do want to hear from everybody today.
Hey, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Just a quick comment. It took me 10 minutes or so before I got audio. There should be somewhere when you sign in that says use computer audio. And if you don't click on that, you don't get any audio.
We might be having that problem with a few members here. So, Jordan, can you just check next door? Because I think he's sitting next door. And then I'm going to go ahead and ask Chelsea or Zach if you have any comments on this chart.
I liked what Patty had to say. I liked the conversation about overall growth, but I do think for purposes of expediency, tailoring this meeting to modifying the scoring system would be best in the short term. But I am interested in public feedback on how to make the scoring system better first. So I don't know if it's cart before horse, but I agree with what Patty said, and I'm happy to chime in with my suggestions to that end when at the right time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Zach?
Yeah, I think the chart is great. It's really helpful. We definitely just need to dig into why the GMQS system is not working right now and what sort of loopholes there are that are being exploited. And basically, I think that's the main thing I'd like to address. That's about it.
Okay, and I'm going to check in with members here in the room on any feedback. Jasmine? No? Okay. And Jeffrey?
Yeah, just real quick. Again, I feel like we've been down this before, as recently as 2 years ago. We got stopped sort of by the community, and we continued on some fronts, but didn't tackle house size, and likely didn't tackle growth at all. So I appreciate the BOCC putting this back to the forefront. I would like to see what the sort of climate action overlay looks like, and how that influences and moves our decisions quicker. Because I hopefully.
Is that Monty now he's talking?
I'm not sure.
I will, just 2 more points. I will note that we're not addressing commercial, it looks like, again. And having just gone through the Aspen Ski Company plan, we don't have a lot of levers in terms of looking at overall commercial plans that come across our desk. We sort of leave commercial and resort and motel and lodging and everyone else sort of off the table. So, I like the laser sharp focus on housing and residential, but just keep in mind when we look at the microscope of some of the master plans, we don't have a lot of new levers, if you will, to push. And yeah, those are my 2 biggies. I mean, I think I like where Greg's going with material, and I don't want to see us sort of redevelop a LEED-like system, but and I think some of the changes we've made over the last year push us towards a more prescriptive house orientation, solar gain, etc. But I like the conversation in terms of material reuse, which we really, again, haven't tackled over the last couple of years.
Okay. All right, and let's check in. Has Monty's technical issues been figured out?
It's hard to tell. I don't know if you can hear me now.
We can hear you great.
You do? Oh,
yes.
Great. Again, I really don't have any comments at this time. Sorry about the technical part of it, but I'm just really fascinated to listen and see where this goes.
Okay. Well, nice to see you. And I don't know, let me check in with Joe. I don't know if, Joe, we've been able to merge your audio and video. Do you have anything you'd like to share?
Might try pressing *6.
Okay, try pressing *6. You might be muted on your phone.
Aha.
There we go.
Indeed. Thank you.
Everybody else mute, please.
Let me get
We'll
that.
get through this meeting one way or another.
No, that wasn't me. So I was having trouble, just from a technical perspective, I was having trouble getting in on the audio, so I also dialed in on a landline, and hence one of those P&Z icons may be the fact that actually I got my video on my iPhone, I've got the Zoom on my PC, and I've got you on a landline. So I'm probably 3 of those that are in there.
But he only gets to talk.
Well, we got you. So, and we've missed you, so you can have some time.
He gets 3 conversations.
All right. So, yeah, thanks for inviting us at the P&Z. You know, we've had a ongoing discussion over growth management, but I think that this is a much broader discussion. Obviously, the spreadsheet.
What happened there? Joe, we had you and then we lost you.
On all 3 accounts.
That's weird. It apparently muted me because I just did the *6 again and it unmuted.
Yeah, and we can hear you fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, because the line dropped about 6 or 7 times. It would go for about 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes, and it kept dropping, even the landline. So anyway, I don't know where I kind of dropped off, but I think the chart is a good way to track things. The discussions that we've had recently over the last few weeks on growth management, and in particular with respect to the quota, and this is all kind of capping off a number of years of P&Z frustration with the gaming of the system. But I think it's a broader discussion, and I think that's reflected in the chart. In that, for example, I think at some level TDRs need to come into this as well, because, like, for example, on the packet that I saw last time, I think Susanna put together a summary of the amount of growth that was just.
Hit *6 again. Sorry, Joe. Ugh. Okay. In the interest of moving on, I'm not sure how we're having technical difficulties with Joe. I do want to go back to staff here, and I'm hearing a tension between some folks want the conversation to focus on the scoring system, while others are interested in a broader conversation. And I want to make sure that we're giving staff the input that they need to move forward. George Newman, I do see you waving your hand. Go ahead.
What's missing for me on this, because these are all components of the larger picture, right? So rather than focusing, we're not going to have time to focus on each of these individually, but they all make up the package. But I think what's missing for me is perhaps a vision statement. Something that's inspirational, something that's forward-looking, something that we would be striving for. And from the vision statement, we sort of see how each of these components help address that vision statement. And that may be an idea for the committee, for the P&Z, and for us to weigh in on a vision. Where we think we want to see the community look like unincorporated Pitkin County in 30, 40, 50 years. Because otherwise we're just kind of piecemealing this, and I think that's the problem in terms of trying to decide how they all interact with one another.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, George. So let me go ahead and check in with Ellen about, what if we're giving you the feedback that you need to hear, and if there's specific questions that you'd like us to also answer that you haven't heard so far.
This has been really helpful so far. I don't have anything specific in mind. Cindy might want to jump in. I think, the question about whether we want to focus, from staff's perspective, I think we should have the broader conversation rather than focus just on scoring, to make sure that we're hitting on all of the community objectives that we need to. Scoring may not be the best approach. It may not be the only alternative. So Other than that, I don't think I have any other questions, but Cindy may want to weigh in.
Yeah, if I could, Kelly, I think George hit on it. Having the glue or the vision statement really would help guide us through this public process. I think the board's overall direction on that would be incredible if you were able to have that kind of vision. We looked back through the land use code and we have the policy statements in the land use code, which bring together a bunch of different aspects of the land use code. And I would say, to summarize, in the last few years with staff, we think that the land use code kind of comes down to the visual aspects of Pitkin County and the impact aspects of Pitkin County and the community aspects of Pitkin County from housing, employees, and livability perspective. If there was some way to refresh that policy and give that direction before we walked into, that would be invaluable.
Okay.
I know we have it with climate action, and that's, to me, the new refresh, if you will. How do all the things I just listed look when we're looking through the climate action lens? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the direction we've taken. So if you have a more succinct way of that direction, that would be really helpful.
Okay, thanks, Cindy. Jim, I see that your hand is up. Please go ahead and unmute yourself and offer your comment.
Aha, I'm pleased to see I can do that on my own. I just wanted to make a comment about the community goals versus the scoring system. I don't think it's one or the other. I think they're intimately intertwined, and I see the community goals as being kind of the game plan and the scoring system being the implementation. So I think it's a great idea for us to first go down this chart and agree on what our objectives are for the long term for the county and what we want this community to look like, and then try and examine the scoring system so that we achieve those goals. So I don't think it's one or the other. I think they're intimately linked.
Okay, I think we have an open discussion going here, so I'm just going to check in. Please sort of wave at me if you have, if you'd like to further comment on this topic. Jeffrey, go ahead.
It would be good to hear from your retreat sort of what, just the impetus for this conversation again. I'm going to point to the 2-year Dunaway meeting, but that was sort of a kickoff for me. That was August Haas. 2 years later. Again, I don't believe revisiting scoring's a waste of our time. The scoring is one piece of the overall puzzle, and unfortunately, it's consumed so much of our time and energy for the past couple months, both at the board and the P&Z level, because I think it's been on our docket at least 6 times in the past 2 months. So I'd love to hear, since we're together, from you. Concerns about growth overall, and how does that then dovetail into a larger conversation around home size? And please don't say scoring. You can't say scoring.
Okay, Jeffrey's posed a question.
For any of the commissioners.
Yeah.
Something's irking you other than just, and I've listened to, as we've passed up some of the scores, I've heard your deliberations are the same as ours. Your concerns are the same as ours in terms of overall community benefit. So we're having this conversation, but overall growth in the county, sure, and sort of back towards Cindy's, vision for what do we want this place to look like in 20 years or 50 years. What's keeping you awake outside of scoring
I mean, I'll just offer, what the quality of our conversation at the retreat, and then invite other commissioners to fill in the picture. But, we were really hearing an underthread of concerns about growth in many of the issues that we were tackling for the BOCC. So all throughout the airport visioning process, conversations about how growth plays in our efforts to build affordable housing, in our efforts to look at transportation solutions. These are all things that are hard conversations to have without also talking about what is the role of growth in how we address these, and do we need to be having conversations about how we address growth as a foundational conversation related to those different sector topics, I would say. So, that's when we kind of asked, and that's just one part of it. I mean, our acknowledgement of the scoring issues was also another part of it, and our recognition that a lot of work has been done on energy code stuff related to house size is also part of that too. But, not just looking at how big and how we build houses, but who do they serve and what does that mean for our quality of community, were topics that we engaged in at our retreat, and identifying this larger conversation as important to have. So, yeah, Patty, go ahead.
Well, first of all, let me clarify, and Cindy helped me with this, when we had the Dunaway Room conversation 2 years ago, picking my brain, that was related to either the housing impact fee or the energy code, or kind of used August stuff for both, correct? And at our retreat, what came up is the BOCC needs to have a specific retreat based on growth, because it was too much of an issue to really discuss in depth at our retreat. It was one of our targeted things. So part of GMQS will open up those avenues for us to discuss with P&Z the overall issue of growth. That's kind of my interpretation of kind of where we are and where we're hoping to go. But the board can pick my brain if they want to, because that's how I remember it.
So I'm looking to our other board members to see if they agree with how Patty and I have answered Jeffrey's question about how we got here today and the importance of this conversation.
Where we're going to go tomorrow and the next.
In the next 2 years.
Steve, go ahead.
One other thing that I remember is you, Kelly, bringing up just in open discussion at one of our meetings, the issue of the big growth issue, and what is our carrying capacity, and how are we going to get a handle on that and determine that? I think it was you bringing that up that actually spurred us then to have the issue of growth be our main topic of discussion at our retreat.
Exactly.
Yep. All right. Let me see. Greg, go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to say I like what I'm hearing. I'm afraid to say too much about anything. It's like the rabbit hole. Where there are so many things we can disappear down. I like what you've all articulated. Intensity of use always comes back in. There's always the question, like, what is it to everyone else if somebody can afford to build whatever their dream home is? It has to be explored fully with resource use, intensity of labor, and ongoing maintenance labor. All these issues come into these things, and we just have to decide where we want to start. So I'm grateful for the intensity of use conversation and the intensity of resource use as well. And it's a big, scary topic. So pardon my reticence, but I'm looking for a way to jump in and join you all on it.
Okay.
Kelly?
Yes. Sorry, I can't see everybody. George, go ahead. Thanks.
Well, so the good news is, again, I go back to our retreat and listening to, again, Richard Shaw, because of his broad experience and throughout the country in different resorts, as well as around the world. And one of his comments were that we were, and we are, 40 years ahead of most of the other resort communities. Because we've implemented downzoning, we've implemented TDRs, we've implemented rural. So we've done many, many things that a lot of communities are struggling to get to. So that's the good news, right? That's the good news. And so we've been successful in the past. And again, I just go back to the importance of being visionary, which is the key. And that's how we've been successful up to this point, and that's how I think we'll continue to be successful in the future.
Okay. And let's give this just a few more minutes before we turn it back over to staff to talk about public outreach. But I would like to hear from the planning and zoning members, what your thoughts are surrounding, this greater topic of growth is, and whether you share the point of view that it is an undercurrent on some of the other topics that we're dealing with as a county, and any concerns that you have. I can see everybody, so you can try to wave at me if you'd like to weigh in. And I'm not, who is that in the bottom that's sort of darkened out? I'm not sure we've heard from. Do you know who that is? No?
Unless Cliff no longer has gray hair.
Greg, are you waving to provide input?
I'm waving. I don't mean to butt in now that you've invited the P&Z to talk, and I finally think of something to say. I apologize for that. One of the things that I think is an important part of this conversation is how our world is changing, whether it's climate change or an economic and COVID-related change in the way our culture will move forward. Super important when we look at land use issues and all of a sudden we think, what if the important cross-country skiing, for instance, is only at 10,000 feet elevation any longer? What is that going to mean for how we've been allocating land and zoning and the important parts of rural and remote? What if the snow line is halfway up Aspen Mountain in 25 years? How are we going to be able to respond to that? And how much more valuable will certain areas that we've perhaps neglected become if they are where our snow comes from, or where our snow lands and stays? So just wanted to throw that in there, that this is a dynamic situation we're in. There are so many variables now regarding the way they looked at it in the 70s and the reasons they did it. Honestly, things have changed that we never anticipated changing. At least I never would have. And so just wanted to bring that in. How will this conversation and growth management be altered by climate change and drought and the changes in the snow line, for instance, or the snow pack through the season, if that helps.
Let's see, I have a bunch of chats here. Okay, well, let me go ahead and turn it back over to staff to provide us input on thoughts on public outreach.
Great. Thank you. We have a plan that when we get the information from the board and the P&Z, which we hope we've done tonight, and we can synthesize what we've heard tonight and pull it further into our chart, that we will then go out to the public and begin the conversation. And we're thinking that this conversation will need some data behind it and some information, if you will, to get us started, and we'll have several meetings originally just on, the background information that we've put together and that Zach's put together in our wonderful website. We'll go out to the public, start the conversation probably towards the end of June, and try to get back to the Board of County Commissioners in December, and hope that that will work with our timeline. It's a pretty aggressive timeline for a lot of the things that we have, to discuss, but I think with honing in on and focusing just on the growth management system itself and the things that come out of that, I think that that we might be able to get there. So that's where we are with that. It's as Zach mentioned earlier, I think it's a process where, because of the COVID-19 situation, we're not sure. We in past public outreach, it's been very nice to sit down with everybody in the same room and go through the issues together, but we may or may not have that opportunity this time. I am looking for a larger space that might be available so that we can have more people in the room, and then those who choose to just call in or Zoom in will have that available as well. And also, if people want to write down their thoughts ahead of time, we can post those on our website beforehand for all participants to be able to review what other people have to say. So we'll try every angle we can to get everybody thinking into the room, so to speak, and go from there. But that's kind of where we're starting. We have a great list. We've already sent out a notification of up to, I think, about 65 people, Ellen, to ask them to participate. We told them about today's meeting, and so that people could get in from the very start on this conversation. And hopefully people are hearing what the board has to say, what the P&Z has to say, and we can start from there. But we have people from all walks of life in the community. We have people that represent the development community. We have people that represent the climate action community, the environmental community, the real estate community, construction community, architectural community. So hopefully we've tried to cover the span of people who want to be involved. We've also asked kids from the schools in their groups to be a part of it, and Aspen Day School and the Aspen School District. So hopefully we'll get some youthful participation in thinking about the future.
And then, if I may, Kelly?
Please, Ellen, go ahead.
In terms of overall time frame, we're thinking that we'll begin this public outreach effort at the end of June, if all goes well, and then meet probably weekly, as we did with the Renewable Energy Group, and meet with them weekly from the end of June through, through September, right? And then October, November to absorb the information we've gotten from both boards and through public outreach, and come up with some alternatives for making modifications to the current system, and or who knows where we'll come out at the end. But coming back to the boards in November, December with some alternatives that may result in code amendments. And so hoping to have, in an ideal world, hoping to have some code amendments on the table by the end of the year. And that may be a little bit hopeful, but that's what we're laying out as at least as a time frame for the moment.
Let me open it up for input on that public outreach plan and timing. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, just a heads up on the timing. Just remember to keep in mind that November, we have a lot of budget issues that come before the BOCC. December, we have a weird schedule because of the holidays. So I suggest you guys might want to book blocks of time now, just in case. I mean, that's kind of a crazy time of year for us, especially with budget. Like I said, in the holidays, everything kind of gets jumbled. Not that I want to delay this any longer. I'd like to move it forward. Just the time frame may be a little difficult for the BOCC.
Thanks, Patty.
Good point, thank you.
Okay, let me check in with other board members on this or other thoughts. BOCC members at home. Any thoughts on who they've listed to conduct outreach with or the timing? Yeah, George, go ahead.
On the outreach, Cindy, what do you sort of think, knowing that the group you put together with the energy code, how many people you think you'll actually end up with that will be committed? Because 65 is a very large group to try to work with. We did, I think, a really excellent job when we put together the 4 committees with the airport, and we, as you know, we specifically made sure that they were small, so there was ability to actually have good discussions and interaction. So I'm concerned about that group size, and which would, I think, that would further delay the ability to get some of those comments back to the P&Z and to the BOCC in a timely fashion. And I would caution, I don't think we want to try to extend it too long, because that becomes that much more difficult, obviously.
Ally, I might respond.
Please,
George,
Cindy.
we thought about, thank you. We thought about those issues. We thought, well, should we have the board select committees in each one of these areas and have discussions, sort of like the airport format in terms of public outreach, or should we look at different topic areas and just set up committees where people have interest? I think that the beauty of the way the energy groups worked was that we threw out a broad net and we let people self-select, and people have the energy that they have around the issues they have, and hopefully that will work. If not, once we get into it, there's nothing more frustrating than wasting your time to any of these professionals who we hope will participate. So I'm sure we will craft the participation as we go. So if we find that we're wasting time because there's too many people, we may be forced to look at committees and then getting back together to look at putting the ideas together. But we wanted to cast the broad net first because we knew there were so many people in the community, and the of growth and growth management, as we were just discussing, you can't really isolate it. You know, it has the impacts to all those sectors that we talked about: infrastructure, climate action, house size, everything comes into play. So we wanted to at least give it a try, and we'll narrow it down if we have to. If that works for you guys. I mean, you are the ones that tell us if you have a better idea.
All right, I want to check in with our planning and zoning members. I know many of you participated in the energy code and took great interest in that, so I'd be interested in your thoughts on the format for this topic. Just give me a wave, because I can see most of you now. Jeffrey, here in the room.
Yeah, the only addition I would make, I think I attended most of the energy working group meetings. It was largely heads of firm. The caliber in the room was excellent. The conversation was excellent, and I hope to see the same sort of caliber and response here. I would add additional outreach, which would include the caucuses, because over the last couple of years, the caucuses have all updated their master plans. 3 or 4 of the caucuses have already said, we want a maximum home size of 5,750, including 3 Down Valley caucuses. Mm-hmm. So, we have there's a lot of data and material we already have sort of at our disposal, and there's some qualified people that weren't in the room. The caucuses, for example, weren't really in the energy working group. That was head of firm. But I think again, cast the net a little wider. We do have some time. So, thank you.
Thank you,
And we
Jeffrey.
did invite caucus. Sorry, forgot that.
Chelsea, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. I guess I'm happy to have the larger conversation about growth, but I can't really speak to what my opinion is about long-term growth without first allowing myself to listen to what the overall community feedback is. So I will commit as a member of P&Z to do what Jeffrey said he did with the energy group, is attend some of these meetings with professionals, people in my peer group, and listen and come back to the P&Z with my overall intake on what I've observed and heard from the community, and then to be happy to share in the overall growth strategy conversation with the same group here, the commissioners and the rest of the board. But I think it's important first to listen to the community's feedback, which I'll commit to doing.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're getting to the last few minutes here, so just want to give folks an opportunity to provide any thoughts they haven't been able to share yet.
Can you hear me? I had my hand raised.
Oh, sorry, Jim. Please go ahead.
No problem. So just, I guess it's kind of echoing what Jeffrey said. I think that the energy working group was a great way to make sure that you got input from people in the community who were impacted by any changes that we might make, and input from people who had strong feelings one way or another about the issues. And I would also agree with Jeffrey that we do need to make sure that we get all the community caucuses to weigh in on these various things. And I think if you go through that process, you'll come out the other side with a whole lot less pissed off people because they feel like the decisions were made without their input and without their participation and behind closed doors. So I think it was a good process. Unfortunately, it takes time.
As many do. Okay. Staff, would you have any concluding remarks?
Yeah, just because I know we don't have time to talk to everyone who's on and watching tonight and might want to participate, please let us know if you want to be on our list. If you did not receive an email about tonight's meeting and our future meetings and how we're setting those up, please let myself, Ellen, or Zach know, and we'll get you on our mailing list. And if you go to the packet tonight that's on the agenda, we have our website, and if you go there, you can contact us. So thank you.
Okay. Jeffrey, did you have any concluding remarks as chair of P&Z?
One final. I echo George's sentiment. I think we do need laser sharp focus for this overall conversation in order to bring that caliber of group back, because we're asking a time commitment that's considerable over the course of the year. I know they all have vested interests in the outcome, but it's sort of that vision statement, I think, will be the hook that will get people either into a room or into a virtual meeting. And I don't know if we have that yet. I think our packet tonight's only 657 pages, so we're not the best sometimes at brevity and marketing. So, thank you.
Greg, go ahead.
I just wanted to observe that, we fill a room or a Zoom meeting with probably some of the most loquacious people in the entire county. And the issue is big enough and complex enough that I feel tongue-tied, and I think I'm observing that from others. It's clearly important. It's clear that we need to engage the community. I want to back up what Jeff just said. We've got to do it right. And I'm sure Cindy and Ellen will do a great job in helping tee this up. and I want to make sure our outreach to the community is thorough, so we can bring people into the conversation. It clearly is very important, and it's only underscored by everybody. Kind of, I feel like we're sitting on our hands right now, but that will change. Thank you.
Is he in a pub or something? It's his background. Okay. Well, I want to just take yeah.
Last
Jim,
comment, if
okay.
I could.
Yeah.
I spoke personally to almost everybody who signed that letter sent to the BOCC on April 16th about this issue, and I assure you that many of them, if not most of them, would love to participate in a discussion and meetings on this issue. So they're just waiting to be invited.
They're on the list. They were invited tonight.
Okay, well, I appreciate all the effort to cast a wide net, and I do think Georgia's suggestion about, honing in on a vision for the next, our next best version of Pitkin County lying ahead of us, because many of the themes I think will remain the same, but I think we'll have new approaches to addressing the vision that we all want to carry forward into the coming decades. So thank you to staff for shepherding us through so far and preparing to kick off a larger process. And I look forward to kind of the next rounds of conversation with everybody who joined us today. So with that, I'll yield a minute back to the P&Z chair, and I wish you all well in the rest of your meeting tonight.
For those of you that are tuning in for the second part of this evening, I know Luke, I saw, was on Zoom a second ago. We do have the rezoning of the Four Seasons yard, and that will start at roughly 6:05 p.m. To give everyone a break. Luke, thanks for joining early, and David Pfeiffer as well with, I want to say Archer Daniel Midland, but I realize you're out of Denver, so you're not ADM. But give us 5 minutes and we'll rejoin you, and you're next on the agenda. So thank you for joining us early.
All right, and thanks to Jordan helping us technically in the room, and
All
thank
day.
you, Grassroots, as always.
And thank you, Kelly, for doing a techno meeting. I don't know how she does it.
So
All right,
P&Z
thanks, guys.
6:05 p.m.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody.